las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles. We are like 11th day into the fucking rain. It has not stopped yet, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, but, you know, we are still, rain or shine, we're still grinding. Rain or shine, we grind. Callie's in a drought, stop complaining. Yeah, well, your mom's pussy wasn't in a drought last night. Fucking got him. Oh my god, he's back. Written and produced by Vorlo, sang by Sebadentist. That is Esperando a Hasan, also known as Waiting for Hasan, the Mexican corrido version. Okay? Folks, there's a lot going on in the world. There's a lot going on in the universe. And we are, of course, going to be talking about all of that. We got KEVERs out in fucking Congress. Kevin McCarthy is going to lose a seventh, lost a seventh, and appears to be losing an eighth vote for Speaker of the House. He is absolutely getting cumstered. He's absolutely getting dumpstered. He's getting fucking owned. Okay? And we're going to be talking about all that. But before we do that, before we talk about any of those things, here's the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. About what's going on in my life. About what's going on in the HasanAbi universe. This is for my parasocialists out there. Folks, things are good at the HasanAbi compound. ID on the shades. They are vintage. You will never be able to get them. I have absolutely zero idea what they are. I got them at a thrift store. Well, not even at the thrift store. I got them at a bazaar where the dude basically was like, and I got them fixed too. I got the shades at like a flea market, and then I had to get them fixed up. Anyway, regardless, there is a One Piece update. There's a Valo update. There's updates on updates on updates. Okay. A lot of you have said, Hasan, what's going on with One Piece? Give us a One Piece update. What is happening? It's almost like Two Piece at this point, you know? Motherfucking Luffy is going to find One Piece before you give us another update. And to them, I say, you're right. After Skypiea, which was an incredibly long arc, which I got through, I was feeling a little weathered. Okay? The power of friendship and willingness in engaging in adventure was not as compelling for me because the Skypiea update is really long, or the Skypiea arc is really long, as many know and have admitted. Some people have said it's mid. I don't think it's that bad, but it's like a little too long. It's like too long and drawn out. So for that reason, I was like, oh man, I'm a little heavy-handed here. I'm going to be not heavy-handed. Sorry, I'm going to be a little bit more reluctant. So what did I do? Well, I started watching some other arcs. Not other arcs. One Piece, of course. I mean, I started watching The Ottoman Show. I started watching Alice in Borderland. There's a lot of crazy shows happening. So I just like kind of switched over to other shit, especially because the following sequence after Skypiea is supposed to be a filler. And honestly, because it was filler and I knew it was filler, I was like, all right, fuck it. I'm going to skip this shit. So I skipped it. I'm in Ring. I don't want to say it. Like, I feel like it sounds racist, but I'm on the racist sounding island. Okay. I don't even know how to say it. Hold on. What is it like? Long Ring, Long Land Island. Long Ring, Long Land Island. Okay? I skipped the G8. Skip filler for the shittiest canon arc. Traitor. Anybody, guys, just chill. That arc is not great though. Like the Davy back game, whatever, is kind of silly. Anyway, we'll see. When I got into OP, I skipped Cell Body, and it was the best decision of my life, Lamau. Okay, everybody fucking calm down. I have not skipped Long Island, okay? I'm going to be calling it Long Island because every time I try to say that name correctly, it's going to sound... People are going to cut me. People are going to be clipping me, making it seem like I'm saying something racist. You know what I mean? And, like, for those of you who don't know, and many people don't know the name of the fucking island, I don't want to get caught, okay? I'm just going to call it Long Island going forward. The filler arc is better than Long Island by miles. Okay, everybody calm down. Everyone has a lot of opinions. I might go back to G8. Please. We'll see. Okay? But what matters right now is the Never Kevins. That's what matters. But what matters right now before the Never Kevers is what I have been up to, what I've been doing, what my life has been going like. And I got some updates for you. Okay? I got some good updates for you, as a matter of fact. I've been working out pretty goddamn hard over the entire, over the entire holiday break, winter break. Basically, my gym, my trainers went on vacation because they're lazy and selfish and said, hey, you're going to do a deload week. And guess what? My deload week, not much of a deload week. I fucking hit PRs like it's my goddamn job. What the fuck is this? I hit PRs like it's my motherfucking job, okay? So, didn't do any deload whatsoever. As you guys know, I'm a goddamn freight train. I'm a goddamn Mack truck. You already know what it is. But also, I'm a Mack truck who wants to be compact. So I'm trying to lose weight, and I haven't been losing a lot of weight, except for the past couple of weeks. Like, the more proximity I have to my parents being here and living with me, the easier it gets to actually lose weight. So... I have been losing a little bit more weight. I gained 10 pounds back. Pretty much, I was like 258. I'm back down to 255. I'm trying to get back down to 248, which is where I was at my best point when I was looking kind of nice with it. Okay, when I was starting to look kind of nice with it, but still wasn't like super confident. Part of that is, of course, because I have body dysmorphia, but part of that is because I am trying to, be shredded. Shredded. So... basically, my daily caloric intake is good. My daily caloric intake has been pretty decent, pretty good. So that's where I'm at. I'm trying to keep this going. I trained with my trainers today. Finally, first time in a long time. It's been like a bunch of. It's been a bunch of fucking. It feels like it's almost been 2 weeks since I had trained with them, and it was wild. It's hard, man. It's so much harder to fucking train with trainers. It's crazy. I was 270, now at 205. The confidence you gain is insane, brother. Chris killing it? Absolutely. Yes, everybody. I know we are going to talk about what's going on in fucking Mexico. Okay. I know, you know, we're going to talk about that. Please. Oh my God. To my Flexicans, I love you. Okay. I love you, but like, calm the fuck down. Okay. I'm currently in the process of explaining my fucking personal news. Okay. Relax. Tranquilo. Calma. Okay.
Hassle.
Cálmate. Anyway. Cálmate, güey. Okay, I'm done.
Let's go.
We're gonna do that. We're gonna do all of that. Okay. But what was I gonna say? There was another thing. Oh, dude, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's fucking going on in Netflix or in Turkey. Someone needs to check him PC. I don't know why Netflix keeps because I watched Rise of the Ottoman. Netflix is actually fucking serving me some other Turkish shows. I started watching another Turkish show last night called Hothead. Sıcak Kafa. Okay, it's so fucking, or Hot Skull. Sorry. It's so fucking good. It's like unironically a banger. I'm so shocked that Turks are capable of making like legitimately solid fucking dystopian future flicks. It's also budget Ghost Rider. What? No. It's not. It has nothing to do with that. The reason why I find it really unique, the reason why I find it really interesting, as a matter of fact, is that like, first of all, you guys know I love dystopian future flicks. I've talked about this before. The zombie shit has been played out for a million different years. I had never actually seen a dystopian future where there's an epidemic that spreads through verbal communication. Okay? And they did a really good fucking job. It is crazy. I don't even know if they have it in English. Most of you will not be able to most likely watch it. I don't even know if they have English subs. It's just straight Turkish. I'm sure maybe they have it. I don't know how good the dub is. It's probably dog shit. I guess Metal Gear Solid, yes, but like the concept in and of itself behind no. Listen. The way that they do it, typical white American downplaying other countries' abilities. This guy's joking, right? Yeah, he's memeing. Okay, never mind. He said Camely. He's memeing.
You are dumb for skipping Skype.
Anyway, so what ended up happening, this is Hot Skull. I find it really cool because it's like, it's an epidemic that spreads through verbal communication.
Great job.
And I mean, here, it's perfectly described here. A tyrannical institution, SMK, is pursuing a linguist that is immune to the disease. And like, basically they're, I guess the short and sweet of it is, what it seems like is that they are using the epidemic as a way to keep their control, to maintain their control or something, which is pretty basic. That part is basic. I didn't like that part. I haven't seen enough of it yet. I'm just basically like, it's definitely written by linguists because there's Noam Chomsky references in it. Like, no motherfucker in Turkey's like, oh man, I really love Noam Chomsky. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe it's different now. But like, I had never heard of that motherfucker's name until I came to America. Let's be real. So... yeah, it's just interesting. It's just interesting seeing like
Pi 16.
It's just interesting seeing a unique thing like that, and it's just cool to see Turkish people making like really good fucking movies like that, because Turkey has the soap opera game on lock. For those of you in the United States of America, if you have, if you're a fob, if you're fresh off the boat, if you're coming from Latin American countries, if you're coming from like the Gulf states, you already know this. If you're coming from like a fucking Eastern European nation, you already fucking know this. Turkish people have soap operas on lock. International distribution, literally fucking goated. They're shooting like 750 fucking episodes a year. They're all 4 hours long. I don't even know how they're able to do this. They're shooting more episodes than there is time in space, okay? They're breaking the space and time continuum, and Turkish soap operas and Turkish dramas basically have like changed the world in a weird way. Like, everyone in the MENA region, everyone in fucking Latin American countries, they love that shit, okay? So, does K-drama come close? I think K-drama is like the Asian market, probably, I assume, because K-dramas are pretty poppin' too. But Turkish soap operas are insane. Like, I don't understand why it's so fucking popular. I've never watched any of them. I think they're all shit. However, having said that, this is like an actual, like, big budget production dystopian flick, which I thought was like really cool. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know why. I don't know how. I don't know, when this happened. But watching this, and then watching the rise of empires, like seeing Turkish producers actually make, American quality, Hollywood quality bangers is unironically, I don't know. It's making me feel great. It's making me it's shocking me. I think it's very shocking. Yeah, and the main character's name is Murat, like my brother. Yes, I know. We already watched the Andrew Tate expose preview, chatters. It's so cute that you come in here and you try to tell me that something is happening on the planet that came out yesterday, thinking that we haven't watched it as soon as it came out. Yeah. I think one of the major problems, unironically, one of the major fucking problems that I have, that I run into on this broadcast, is that I cover the news too early. I cover the news so fucking early that, like, it literally, we cover it before it pops off. I'm not even kidding. If something has happened on the internet, I probably covered it. Yeah, like this. Look, he goes, you were right, Lamau. I know. We did this already. We did the fucking victory lap on Adam Kinzinger. I feel like I'm doing a repeat of yesterday's broadcast. Like, I'm not even kidding. I feel like I covered the news too early. Like, this is in today's news cycle normally, right? Like, because it happened yesterday midday, so it's supposed to be in today's news cycle. So people are like coming in and being like, look at this, look at this, look at this. And I feel like I've already done it. Like, I've already covered it. Oh my God, what the fuck is this? Okay, it's true. You are the fastest and most accurate in the game right now. Yeah, I'm going crazy with it. Anyway, personal recap wise, personal news wise though, that's it. I watched the Turkish thing. I went to sleep late as fuck. I woke up a little late. That's why I'm late overall. Okay, I'm late by half an hour because I had to go and do a fucking 2-hour lift sesh with my trainers. And the difference is dramatic when you're training with trainers versus when you're training by yourself. But you know, it's always good to get motivated. I did not cover Ludwig's Wired video. I forgot to do that yesterday because we went into Valorant. And as you guys know, there's no other additional Valo update. I just played last night, and I fucking killed it. Like, you guys saw it. Not only did I kill it, but not only... Wait, what? He did not do a Tom Brady is not weird video. That's insane, dude. Just say you're white and move on, brother. That's it. White people love kissing their fucking family members on the lips. It's just a thing, okay? Stop. Don't fucking show me this. I love Ludwig. I'm planning on, going to Japan with this man. You're showing me weird shit that's going to make me not want to fucking, I'm going to lose respect for him, okay? You're making me lose respect for him. Anyway, as I was stating, though, as far as...
HasanAbi, would you ever get your eyebrows done? It feels great, Tilda.
As far as... what else was I going to... Oh, as far as the Valo updates goes, I have a suspicion. For those of you who watch me play Valorant, I have a suspicion. I haven't blasted off yet. This is the last thing I'm going to say, and then we're going to blast off. I have a suspicion that I think when I play with other people... When I play with Nesua, when I play with Foolish, they are such good gamers that are so beyond my level of skill that when I play with them, we are firmly in the fucking high MMR queue. It doesn't have to be a Smurf queue. It can be like a gold 3 person, but they're playing at a level that is like immortal. Or not immortal, but like, at least high plat, almost diamond. And it's not my assessment, or it's not diamond and plat level players is who I'm playing against, because there's no fucking way. You're saying copium because you don't watch. I'm not very good. I'm not very good at this game, okay? But yesterday, when I was playing with Ray, Blastoise, Fusli, and Myung, okay, when I was playing with 4 other players that are like around my skill set, I was like, there were moments where I was carrying, okay? And if you've watched me play with all of these other people, with Nesua or Foolish ever, with puns, you know that like I'm bottom fragging, I'm getting like maximum 6 kills, no fucking way. And honestly, I think like, I mean, this was my best performance overall, and the difference is like pretty obvious. Like I notice where their moves are. I notice where they're gonna go from. Like I have way better game sense when I'm playing at this rank, and I can also, it allows me to make mistakes. Whereas when I'm playing with those other guys, I can't make any mistakes. Look, see, that's a mistake. That guy would have clapped me on any other circumstance. That's a mistake as well. See, I'm not head level. I'm torso level. But because like my instincts are good, I can outplay them and get a fucking 3K and win the round. You know what I mean?
Oh, she shot me through the wall. She's running back.
Well, I get Myung is the one who ends up dying here, but this was not a, or I mean, not end up dying. She won the round, but it basically is like playing with training weights on. I made a bunch of fucking like game-saving plays in numerous fucking rounds. It was crazy.
I'm ulting.
Triggered much?
Oh, two on site.
Look, it's low. I'm noticing that it's low, that my crosshair is low. So Yora kills 2 people. It's on the foot.
Huge.
So low. Oh my god, my crosshair is so low.
One enemy remains. I think there's one more. Careful.
So fucking hot. Oh my god.
The amount of 3Ks you got yesterday was insane. Yeah, I would just like get
Hey,
a bunch
Hassan,
of 3Ks.
Thanks for doing what you do.
Anyway, clipped it badly with a clutch. Maybe click on VOD. So what I'm trying to say is, don't admit you were at Fusli's level, brother. I believe in you. Wait, first of all, I will of course admit that. I've been playing this game for not that long. I've been playing this game for not a very long time. Let's be real. Don't reload right away after a kill. Yeah, I know. You're right. What is it? This is the last one? HasanAbi. This is going to be a joke probably, right? Keep doing these VOD reviews is actually good. Yeah, Fusli's playing really well too, but like again, I've been playing this game for not that long, but the difference is like when I play against other players who are just like
through some tough shit these
at my level, you
Thanks
can fucking watch the difference. You saw the difference. I was dropping like 20 bombs and shit. Like that never happens. But yeah, my crosshair placement is really bad. Okay. Give me a fucking meme. I got one good one, but
good vibes today, Hass. Love you, Hassy.
bro, it's not Wednesday. It's Thursday. What are you doing? No, you're a gamer, so you must up your racism. Sorry, it's the law. Yeah, I have to. I have to be racist, dude. It's true. Desert Island Sales, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. It is what it is. Never got a notification while you were live, damn, bro. Well, that's kind of the point. That's the reason why I'm fucking going live and blasting off. You know what I mean? It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, lads. It's not fucking Wednesday. It's Tuesday.
Let's go.
It's not Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Okay. You see Kai? Yeah, he's in England, bruv. He's in England, lad. Dude, he's so smart. He blew the fuck up and immediately started collaborating with like larger content creators. It's great. I'm really proud of him. Not that like it's my place, but I mean he is young and he's doing a really good job with his career, and I think it's awesome. As a content creator, you know, I wish him well. He's doing great.
Love you, chat Hass.
Say no to Kevo? What the fuck is that? Oh, Kevo. Oh, you can call him Kevo. When are you gonna have Blueface on? Yeah, that's never happening. Anyway, okay, let's fucking blast off. It's been 36 minutes and I still haven't blasted off. This is crazy. Okay. Hold on.
34 months no brain rot.
Never Kevin wins an 8th victory. The house are wildin' out. Idaho murderer updates. Logan Paul crypto drama. Andrew Tate Vice investigation and more news. Get in now. Lord and Gamer Lord prizes.
Has high hassle.
Okay. Time to stream snipe the NevKev convention. Yeah, you got to do that. You got to do that. You got to do that. I mean, we're going to do that. Okay, here it is. We're blasting off. The reason why we fucking retweet this is so that you let the people know. Also, I called this Jordo Peter drip and I called this Matt Tittygate. The fuck's he doing? Oh, also, you might have noticed that Ethnic Santa is no longer with us. RIP to Ethnic Santa. He ain't dead. He's just in a different part of the house that I will, because I refuse to throw him out. Because I refuse to kick him out. He's in a different part of the house and he'll be back.
Hey chat hassle.
Anyway, you are in your racist era now, Sag. Yeah, bro, I'm a gamer. Your Twitch notifs are fucked. Thanks for the blast off. Yeah, a lot of people don't get my Twitch notifications because, like, if I don't fucking go live at 11 after developing habitual viewership at 11, so many people click in at 11. So I think, like, I suspect the machine is like, well, he didn't go live at 11 and people are not clicking. So other people go live before me or other people go live after me. So, like, there's like a larger algo overall that dictates whose notifications you see. So that's like, I think there's like a finite amount of people that see it regardless. Like I think I get 5,000 people every day to click on the go live notification when I go live. I got a little F on my end as well. This is a Twitch related thing. This is not a me thing. Just reload, refresh.
Here's to many more months of news and entertainment.
Twitch is pooping.
Chat helped. What do you like
It's
more?
not my fault.
Lasagna
Twitch
or
is fucking
lasagna?
pooping right now. Across the board, it seems. If you're in here, as you can see, we're looking at the directory all, and it's not loading any fucking channels. God fucking damn it, dude. I hate this platform sometimes. I swear to God. It's so fucking annoying. How does this keep happening? God damn it, dude. I know it's hard. I know it's hard to fucking run a platform, but holy shit.
28 months I'm still gay.
Anyway, just write one in the chat if you still see me and hear me. Okay, a lot of people can still see me and hear me. Right as I went live, dude. How the fuck? Right as I did this blast off. All the sub badges are gone. Everyone's still pressing 1. It's been kind of shit all morning. I mean, it's fucking annoying that it's like how the fuck does this happen? You know, how the fuck? I don't even know who's in here still. I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to review this Valorant video real quick, and then we'll move on to fucking news and talk about never KEVERs and stuff. What is this?
Oh, I did quite a fast wall.
Powerless.
Wait, did I just cause him to fucking Alt A? What an idiot.
Okay, he's up kitchen. He's up.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Oh, Leslie! Ah!
Spike
His
down.
body's still got yellow.
Sorry.
One's kitchen.
What just happened?
Egg.
Oh my God, they're close to Leslie. Hasan, they're both by Leslie.
Last player standing.
Fuck. Well,
Okay.
I'm clanking around and they know where I'm at, so I'm gonna try to gun them quick.
Well, you're okay. You have time. You have a whole minute. They're both by the spike, by the way. Oh, nice.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my God! That was...
Hasan, get down. Kevin McCarthy's coming for you. Is this still not back? I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Oh, it's back. We're back, I think. Oh my God, dude. That's so awesome. I love this. I fucking love this. I love, just going live and then immediately fucking losing like 10,000 viewers because the platform is broken. And people are still on and off. I'm so mad. I hate this shit. Come on, man. Come on, guys. Fix the fucking website, Twitch. Like, holy fucking Lord, dude. It's owned by Amazon. What the fuck? How does this happen? Like, I know it's hard. I know it's hard to fucking run a big-ass website, but like, how the fuck does this happen?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because for $5 a month I can avoid the top of the hour ad break every hour. If you too want to avoid the 60 seconds ad break, then subscribe, or you can be lucky and be gifted a sub.
There is no... This is your best stream yet? I don't even know. I don't even know if someone is like, if people are in here. I don't even know if people are in here. There's no sub badges. It's still fucking broken. I hate this. Should I just like end the stream and then restart, which is gonna cook me? I guess there's like plenty of people in here still.
Let's go.
There's no emotes. There's no fucking badges. I have you on mobile, not on desktop on your end. Bro, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Idiot. Okay. All right. I guess you just make the fucking donuts regardless. Let's get fucking started. Kevin McCarthy, the never KEVERs.
Biden administration certainly has not placed the American people first. Kevin McCarthy understands. He understands he must protect that speaker's gavel and abide the will of the American people. The decisions we make in the 118th Congress are critical to the future of our country. The decisions we make, the legislation we pass as a Republican majority must have the support of the American people. We have a crisis on every corner in America, and the American people are expecting Republicans to bring this much-needed change. We must come together today and implement that change. To those of you outside of Washington that are watching, Kevin McCarthy and this Republican majority understand your pain. We understand your pain. We feel it. We understand we must secure our southern border. We must unleash our energy sector and become energy independent.
What
we
would
must
change?
curb inflation by...
What is going to change? There's people that are holdouts. Okay? There are people that are fucking holdouts.
At HasanAbi High Chat,
What
I
would
love
change
you,
in
badge.
this
Thank you for the base.
in this
Takes
ninth
Hasan
vote
Abi
as
High.
opposed to the eighth one? I guess they're just gonna keep doing it over and over again. I don't know.
And all this, my friends, on the Republican side, all this, we can do this, all while holding the Biden administration accountable. And the Washington bureaucrats who have infringed and abused the rights of the American people and their families long enough. Under Speaker McCarthy, they will be held accountable. They will be held accountable. So today, let's do what's in the best interests of the American people. Let's get to work. Let's elect Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. And at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House for the 118th Congress.
I think we're fully saved and we're fully back. I hope. Yeah, sub badges are back. We're fully back. Jesus fucking Christ.
For what purpose does the gentleman?
No, sub badges are back. Everything is back. We're fully fucking back. I hate this goddamn platform sometimes. This is one of those instances where I just fucking... I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad, dude. Like, what the hell is this? Wait, did it F again? Oh my God, it's effing again.
Charm boys. As flex.
I'm fucking losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Just say no to KEVER.
Like, I don't know what to do here. I just don't know what to fucking do here.
To reduce our deficit and protect our environment. Democrats are unified to tackle the climate crisis, while Republicans are mired in their own leadership crisis. Madam Clerk, House Democrats are ready, willing, and able to get to work for the American people. We will do so under leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, who has a plan for the American people. Therefore, as Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, I'm directed by the vote of our caucus to present for election to the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress, Representative-elect from the state of New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I would like to nominate the name of Byron Donalds to Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let me begin by stating that it is an absolute privilege to be here standing.
The Byron Donalds thing is such a fucking cynical Republican play because, like, they're literally doing it because he's black, okay? Straight up. Like, he's a second term, like, super green, okay? He wants a leadership position in the party. I'll just say it like it is, okay? Because I'm not a fucking, liberal who is going to be afraid of openly admitting that. No, the reason why they're doing it is because Hakeem Jeffries is black. So their counter is like, here is another black guy. Okay, that's literally why. As soon as he was originally put forward, this other dude, I forget which one of the dumb motherfuckers in the House of Representatives, came out and was like, "This is just like MLK." He would be the first ever, black leader in either house, right? Like, that's a huge deal. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, so was Hakeem Jeffries, if you were going to think about it like that. Which is so transparent. Like, they don't give a fuck, brother. I mean, he's like a Tea Party guy, But still.
7
Changed
years.
my life, thank you.
Through drought and through flood, through world wars and through a civil war. And some way we return to this place year after year to serve the people of the United States of America. But unfortunately, over the past 15 years, the process that we use has been dramatically broken. The voices that were sent here to equally
28
to
months time,
equally
kind of like the number of
represent
times McCarthy will lose the speaker
each
vote.
of the 435 districts across this nation have become diminished. This through the consolidation of power into the hands
1
of
year,
the
let's go,
Speaker
Hassel.
and a fortunate few who happen to serve on the Rules Committee, which control every aspect of legislation that travels through this body. The
2
debate
years.
and
Happy
the
to be here.
discussion
Thanks for the good
has been
times.
all but eliminated, and the balance of us are left to vote yes or no. Those are our options, and that is what has led to the disintegration
Sandpiker.
of the relationships that we see across this floor. That is not equal representation, which is guaranteed by our Constitution and expected by our constituents.
Dude, look at this. I mean, look, you want to understand how cynical they are? Here, look at this. Look, Hakeem Jeffries is black, right? He would be the first black speaker of the House. And you know my take on this shit, right? Like, I don't really give a fuck. It's Hakeem Jeffries is like not necessarily a great person in general. I mean, he has a genuine disdain for progressives across the board, who also are people of color overwhelmingly, but like he's just the fucking worst. But doesn't matter. He is still, you know, going to be marginally better than Kevin McCarthy, obviously.
On Twitch,
but like,
3 love tuning
they
in.
see that Hakeem Jeffries is black, and they fucking go, "Oh yeah, well we got our own black guy." Okay.
Yesterday, we could have elected the first black Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
Like, he knows it's so fucking slimy, grimy, scummy. It's so fucking, it's so slimy that, like, they're grinning while they're doing it, too. They're like, yeah, we have our own black guy, you know? We have our own black man we could have put to the position. You know it. It's like, just don't give a fuck, dude. They just do not fucking care, brother. It is fucking obvious. By the way, every single time, and this is like unrelated to you guys, but every single time Twitch fucking poops, on my dashboard, I lose like monetization options. Like, I lose the fucking ad break shit. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. I know you probably don't give a fuck, but like, they want me to fucking stream a certain amount of hours. They want me to serve ads. And then they, like, because the website is fucking broken, I can't even serve the ads. Like, what do you want me to do? How am I supposed to fulfill my contractual obligations if you can't even fucking do your goddamn website correctly? So frustrating, dude. It's like, anyway, we're good now, I think. I think we're good now. You guys are good, right? You can see everyone. The fucking entire platform is good now.
Hey HasanAbi, it's the wife and I's anniversary today and she loves listening to you scream about chuds. Can you wish Nadine a happy anniversary because I forgot it was our
Happy anniversary.
today?
Tell Twitch to get more resources out of AWS. It's just like blows my fucking mind.
Jupajaj. Have you ever worried that your vitriol might be a bad thing for political discourse?
I'm turning off TTS. The debate lords found it, dude. The debate lords figured out TTS is on. All right, we're turning it off. We had a good run. Yeah. I don't even know where that person is. Like, that dono is so long ago. Apparently it's the ad manager failing to serve the ad that's effing the stream. Wait, what? No fucking shot. No, there's no way. But it is weird that, like, on your dashboard you have buttons to serve ads, right? If you have like you have like monetization options here, I'll show you. So this is like the right side of my dashboard is 60-second ad, 3-minute ad, right? Raid, edit stream info, viewer geolocation, those are just like other basic bullshit that I don't really use. I have that, and usually I have predictions on here as well so that I can do Gamba. But like they literally fucking this goes away. I just had to re-add this onto the dashboard again. Did it F again? Is it effing again? Stop. There's no fucking way. It's effing again? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's a mini F. It's a mini F. It's just so hard. It's hard to do the job. I'll be honest with you. It's so fucking hard to do this goddamn job if the platform is fucking pooping. Like, we're going to ride it out, but I just like all right.
Bring it. Bring it. Yesterday, we could have elected the first.
Yeah, Twitch tweeted that they're aware. We are aware of the issues with the site, and our teams are actively working on a resolution. Thank you for your reports and patience. Whilst we work on it, we will keep you updated here. Rain in Cali, Twitch broken? Bro, it's not even California servers that are fucking twisted. Which, by the way, I gotta be honest with you, it is kind of surprising to me, okay? It is kind of surprising to me that it's been raining in Los Angeles. I don't want to fucking jinx it. I am so scared of jinxing this. But while it is raining in NorCal so much that it's flooding, and it's raining in SoCal, and in Los Angeles, when it rains, the infrastructure is so broken that you literally normally cannot actually operate. Like, electricity goes out and shit. We have been relatively stable so far. I don't want to jinx it, but it's been interesting. Anyway, like I said, this is super cynical. Byron Donalds is a super cynical pick. I mean, he's a Republican, so he's going to be shit at his job anyway, obviously. So, Not like, but the reason why it's cynical is because, you know, that's not how it works. Data centers have ceilings and UPS backups, bruh. No, I'm not talking about Twitch going down because it's raining, but in Los Angeles, our infrastructure is so bad that when it rains, we do actually end up getting power outages like pretty frequently. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Why are you trying to describe to me my fucking living quarters of my existence when it's something that I live every goddamn day, you know? I wasn't talking about data centers and shit. I'm talking about living in LA. Living in LA, people drive poorly. Our infrastructure cannot handle like little bit of drizzle. It's crazy. Who the fuck would have guessed the fucking rep from Nebraska would be the voice of reason? Representative Don Bacon, who supports Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House, says we also have to be willing to consider working with the Democrats at some point. It's not happening. There's no fucking shot. Hold the line, Democrats. Don't be Democrats. You know what I mean? Don't be demon rats, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, as I said, these guys are going to be going for the 9th speaker vote at this point. A lot of fun has happened this morning. They're having fun with it, okay? And we are going to take a look at it. God, the term obese is a slur one is like killing me. They only need 6 R's in order for Hakeem to win. You think compromising with the Democrats means they're going to fucking get Hakeem Jeffries? You're crazy. This one's pretty funny. This is yesterday. When you want to be a part of the crew so fucking bad, like you're looking for, dude, when you're looking for like, you're the, you're the foreign exchange student, okay? And people don't really like you, and you just transferred to a new school, and you're just like, what group can I be a part of? And he decided he will go with like the weirdos, okay? The weird alt kids. And even they're like, nah, dog, you're not with the team. Get the fuck out of here. Do you feel somewhat bad for him? Yes, I do, because he is my king. He is my GOAT. He deserves it. Never in the history of the United States of America have you ever had a man more deserving of the position that he got to. How did he get to that position? By lying, okay? And I, for one, respect that. I think lying to become a representative is more honest than what these other motherfuckers do. I love him. He's such a fun little character. Yeah, this infighting is fun to watch, but aren't you a little envious that Republicans at least have a small faction that is willing to put up a nominal fight against establishment status quo powers? Brother, there are a few things that I have tried to describe to you guys numerous times. This, what we have been watching unfold, is unironically a thing that cannot happen in the exact same way on the Democratic Party. Why can't it happen on the Democratic Party? Because the Republican Party has to listen to its base. They have always been listening to their base, okay? And a good thing that they do, and a reason why they can do that is because obviously there's material reasons, like they can literally listen to their base and like focus on the homophobia, bigotry, racism, that sort of stuff, because that doesn't offend the pre-existing power constructs, like, the machine of capitalism. It doesn't, right? So they can go further and further to the right, but you can't go further and further. Abortion, yeah, what do you mean? That's a great example. What? Abortion, bro? That's a great example of that. What the fuck do you mean? This country was able to limit in an insane way, in a completely undemocratic way. This country was willing and able to limit women's civil liberties before giving people health care. Okay, Medicare for all is around the same popularity. If you ask people, like, do you think the government should take care of your health care? It's around the same fucking popularity as, like, not undermining women's civil liberties as it pertains to getting an abortion, especially in the first trimester. And yet one is an impossibility, it seems, and the other happened already. So one thing you need to understand is that there is a major difference with respect to what Republicans can get away with, because Republicans never offend the actual pre-existing hierarchical powers.
And fundamentally needs change. I'm here to get this right.
That's why all these dumb motherfuckers that get up there screech about, like, we need fundamental change. And then when you ask them what the change is, like, what do you want to change? They're like, oh, we shouldn't fund the government. We should let America default on its debt. It's like unimaginable economic collapse is what they are looking for. Okay, sick. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's a crazy thing. You're not a serious person. You're just basically like throwing shit at a wall, seeing what sticks. And you can get away with doing that. You can get away with doing that when you're a fucking Republican. You can get away with being as far right as possible. Whereas, when you're a Democrat and you actually have goals, like tangible policy goals, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Let's see you're a progressive holdout, right? Like AOC and the others were supposed to be in the forced to vote process. You see these guys failing already. You see the Republicans just basically making a fool of themselves. And you're like, well, I wish we did that for the Democratic Party. Okay. What was the goal? There was no alternative speaker. These guys don't have one either, which is fucking hilarious. There was no reason. Like, it was, they were going to hold out until you forced the vote on Medicare for all. Okay. And then everyone was going to vote against Medicare for all. What happened? You were going to undermine the popularity of Medicare for all in the eyes of the American population, as the media was going to go fucking balls to the wall on how Medicare for all is the reason why Democrats can't get together, because you're forgetting that fundamentally American Normans who are like not that interested in politics don't like this kind of thing happening. Okay? They don't like Congress not working. They don't like that. So if you force the vote on Medicare for all and then like the Democratic Party voted against it across the board, what do you do? What do you do? What happens in that situation? Nothing. That's my point. Nothing. Nothing would happen.
Call the roll.
Anyway, you get support for third parties. You are delusional if you think that would happen. I'm sorry. You are delusional. Like, that's not happening. Dude, you are not living in the real world if you think that is the case, okay? You're just not. You're in a hyper-specific bubble where you think that, like, you and your fucking Discord group are going to be able to launch a third-party momentum. Like, it's not. It's not happening. Which is part of the reason why I don't even talk about, like, I don't even cover electoral politics beyond, like, the Democratic Party fucking up, beyond the Republican Party fucking being crooks and awful. But on top of that, what I talk about always is outside of the immediate, like, back and forth Washington, D.C. politics. Organizing, okay? Creating labor momentum. Creating a network that actually can provide adequate pushback. You have to do that. In the absence of such a thing, you are not going to be able to legitimately push the Democratic Party to do the right thing. Okay? So basically what you're saying is the only voters who matter are Republicans because shit like this is going to be required for any real progressive to get some power in D.C.? Yes. The only voters that matter, well, not the only voters, but like Republicans or extra right-wing Republicans that are a little bit more right-wing than the other Republicans can seemingly flex and do a show of force this way because of the way that the Republican Party is designed. The Republican Party is designed to make itself look a little bit marginally different than the Democratic Party, even though there is bipartisan compromise on issues that pertain to the material realities of every American. You're not getting health care. Your tax dollars are mostly going to like the police and not to fix the fucking potholes. You're not getting funding for your education. There is rampant inequality in this country. You're never getting fucking socialized medicine. And we're spending gazillions of dollars on Ukraine and also all of our fucking allies because the military-industrial complex is the most important industry, the most important sector for the American economy. Okay? That's just the truth. And then you have other sectors before they move on to the defense contracting side, like Silicon Valley and Hollywood, that are, you know, somewhat prominent. And that's kind of it, though. And those guys are bullied as being Democrat for the most part anyway, even if they're not. But ultimately, the amount of funding that they get, from the federal government is marginal in comparison to defense contractors because that is our main sector. That's our main industry. So you always have this. You are always going to have this. You are always going to have this kind of fucking attitude no matter what happens. And in that chaos, or rather in that like bipartisan rigidity towards continuing America's like endless thirst for extraction of natural resources and undermining the developing nations, undermining the third world, the global south. You have to make it seem like at the domestic level, there's differences between two parties. That's where the wedge issues come in. And that's where you arrive at, you know, trans bathrooms, undermining gay people, undermining women. And it's like neither party ultimately gives a shit about either of those things. The Democratic Party makes it seem like they care about women and want to fight for them, but it's just a method for them to, you know, win votes and get people to vote for them. And the Republican Party makes it seem like it's cool to undermine women and their civil liberties, and they'll do things to serve that so that they can get the base of support riled up and vote for them. Okay? But ultimately, because this country is fundamentally slanted to the right as a hyper-capitalist dystopian shithole, okay, in many ways, because of that reality, Republicans can get away with being further and further right, but Democrats, as a party, as a unit, play one fundamental role, and that role is to be a bottleneck for leftist momentum. Squash out any kind of leftist momentum you can have and undermine any kind of like genuine progressive legislation that could ever have a shot at winning. That's it. And that is precisely the reason why you can't have the leftist members of the Democratic Party at this stage play the role of forcing the vote without having any sort of outside material power, okay? Outside organizing, like unions, labor unions, a coalition of people that have some level of political power to say, no, fuck that. We're not doing that. We're not going to fucking vote for you if you do keep doing this shit. Okay? The reason why progressives don't use their leverage is because they have no leverage. They don't. No communism bad equals bad, nice take. Is that what you understood? I mean, I'm not talking about that right now. I'm not talking about a moneyless, classless, borderless society, which would be great. I just literally said it would be nice if we could have healthcare, and you said no communism bad, nice take. Are you that fucking stupid that you think there's communism happening in Norway? Do you think that communism is happening in all these fucking social democracies that still have a litany of other issues? Of course, okay? They're still capitalists. They still, you know, basically are, taking advantage of the wealth extraction and hyper exploitation of the third world to keep their economies going. But do you find that to be a communist nation? Do you think Canada is fucking communist? Are you literally that delusional? Are you that fucking stupid? Because if you are, maybe you should shut the fuck up and learn a thing or two in here. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ, dude. It is so frustrating to see just an entire nation of dumb babies, okay, that have been brain diseased into thinking like any kind of social program is literally communism and communism is bad, so social programs are bad. That's so fucking stupid. Anyway, but the reason why the reason why I'm paying attention to this is not because this is like a meaningful moment or anything. We're paying attention to it because it's fun and funny. It's funny that this is happening. That's it. That is the main reason. Okay? It's fun and it's fucking funny that it's happening. Doesn't matter who the fuck the Speaker of the House is if you're thinking about it in terms of like whichever Republican that gets there is going to do the same exact shit no matter what. However, it's pretty funny that they're having such a hard time whipping votes for Kevin McCarthy. That's it. That's the only reason why we're watching. And by the way, he's going to lose again.
Sort of watching the show, watching Republicans.
This is the ninth vote,
as they say, saying that, hey, they just need to figure this out themselves. Or would you be doing something differently?
Well, I think it's a little bit beyond the popcorn point now. I think that, people are restless. People are concerned this may go on. Look, I will say this to you. Tomorrow is the second anniversary of January 6th. If I were the Republicans, I would not want this to be the image tomorrow.
That's awesome. Why? No, it's great. Yeah, this is January 6th, baby. January 6th, 2 Electric Boogaloo. You know what I'm saying? Love that. I love that for them. You know, they're doing the exact same shit. Just effectively, just a fundamentally meaningless way to obstruct process that is purely symbolic. It's awesome.
In fact, now we're looking at even giving up on the possibility of investing in future draft picks. You know, the analogy to baseball or football, he's actually given up the team when he is saying he's going to withdraw from the field in political battle in terms of primaries and not have his super PAC involved. That means he's going to stay out of the business of picking future members of the House and future draft picks. So this is really, really turned around in terms of the Republicans' ability really to have moderates within, even modicum of moderates within the House Republican caucus. So it really is hard for me to see what else Kevin can give up at this point, except not being the Speaker. And I think that's just something Kevin has to come to terms with himself. And he's delivered for the Republicans. He's delivered the majority, and yet it's like Moses. He's brought us to the promised land. He may not be able to get there himself.
And what's the point of being Speaker, Joe, if you got all your power?
If you're giving it away, in particular, that power is gone. You're absolutely right. I don't know who would want that job at that point. It becomes very feckless, and the ability actually to move and to create legacy to some degree becomes virtually impossible, especially when you look at the fact that we have a number of issues coming up, like the debt ceiling. Eventually, there'll be another spending package bill that will have to be passed, where I think McCarthy, whoever the Speaker is going to be, will have to negotiate with some Democrats because there are Republicans who simply will not support the lifting of the debt ceiling or a spending package that they believe is unreasonable.
And if Kevin McCarthy gets the speakership and he doesn't have the respect that he needs, how are you going to pass anything? How are you going to get anything through? How are you going to deal with difficult votes?
Yeah, I think the one thing that Speaker Pelosi had, which I think she's highly regarded for, and rightfully so, was her power of persuasion. That she built those coalitions within the Democratic caucus. She was also a member's member. She was a person of the House. She came up through the ranks. And I think I've heard some pundits speaking about this, and it's very true. Kevin was not one of those types of members. He was in leadership in his second term. Does he really know what it's like to fight to become a chair of a committee? What goes into all that? Has he had those experiences? Can he relate to the members of his conference? And I think he's having a difficult time with that. And that's being, I think, demonstrated right now.
So,
dude, I'm gonna watch the Andrew Callahan NPR clip. If you send it to me one more time, I'm putting you in the fucking spaceship. Okay, I'm venting you. I'm throwing you out the vent. You're out of the airlock. Okay. Like, do you think I'm not familiar? Do you think I'm unaware? Do you think you're sending it? Come on, man. So many people have sent it today.
Policy perspective. But long term, we've talked about just the power that the speaker would hold or lack thereof. So
small government libertarian Andy's doing more to destroy the American empire than MLs and anarchists ever could. Respect. I mean, yeah, if you're watching from the fucking third world, I guess, like, this is great for you. It's just like the Republican Party is basically fucking destroying the American government from within. So that's cool. But like, also, it doesn't really matter. They're not destroying the American government. They're just turning the American government into just like a funding vehicle for the military. That's it. Like, these guys make it seem like, oh man, it's so bad that we're sending money, endless amounts of weapons and money to Ukraine. But like, they don't give a fuck. They're going to keep doing that. They're going to keep doing that. And they always do. Okay? It is already, by the way. So like, if you're living in the third world and you're thinking like, oh, the American empire is crumbling, shouts out to the motherfucking, what do you call it? Shouts out to the motherfucking Republican Party. Like, they're going to kill you. Sorry, I just saw another tweet. Shout out to the American military industrial complex for creating endless war in our time. I mean, it's never stopping. It's never ending. More like in the Capitol Hill, am I right? Yeah, which is why, like, look, that powerlessness is partially the reason why I advocate for the things I advocate for, like the top of the hour ad break and avoidance mechanisms, right? Like, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And obviously, like, you don't want to see that ad break. You're like, fuck that. I don't want to see it. Well, don't worry. You have the power. You can, for $5 or for free, avoid the top of the hour ad break if you want an uninterrupted broadcast experience. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. That's another way that avoid the top of the hour ad break. Let me up. Thank you for the 7 gifted subs, as a matter of fact. That's one way to do it. If you're lucky, you can do that. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. That was the worst ever, man. Dude, you can't say it's the worst ever if you're, like, actually pissed off because it was a good segue. Like, you're defeating the purpose of the rating. God of Fist, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. How do we get enough people to care to fix this government? I don't know. Sakura Gore, old Bobby, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Sorry for poop socket. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Dude, you gotta work. You gotta work your way up the chain. Okay. You gotta get people where they work. You gotta fucking help them understand the conditions that they're in currently. Like, that's the starting point for all this. I think that's how you start the process. That's why labor organizing is key. That's why it's very important. People need to understand that they have the capacity to make changes in their immediate lives, but that starts with organizing, that level of unity and like a little bit of autonomy that you get back from your workplace that ultimately creates a network of unions that will be able to flex worker muscle as it pertains to holding the Democratic Party accountable. Without that, you have nothing. That won't happen in a beta male society. And then you guys, You got guys like this. Yeah, dude. It's because we're a beta male society. If getting a solid education, getting kids culture from the get-go is what worked to like genuinely change people's attitudes, then so many motherfuckers from Yale would not be going to the CIA, okay? Like, that's not how that works, my friend. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's not just education. Like, especially when education has a neoliberal slant regardless. Like, when you go to college, you're basically learning things that are moving you away from, like, you're basically learning a bunch of really great things, okay? I'm a fan of college. I think college is great. Totally on board with it. But beyond the things that you learn in college, like some of the things that they teach you in college is also that, like, the system is fine and designed the way that it is. And also, you know, the two-party hold that we are experiencing in the United States of America is because there are true differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. And, like, you know, it's still dependent on your major, but, like, overall, the basics that you're educated in school is still going to have the same slant that this entire system has. We live in a white supremacist, racist, patriarchal society, and a lot of that is going to be demonstrated. A lot of those values are going to be reinforced in school and what you're learning. That's why there are black chatters in here who don't know about black history. Like, it doesn't even matter what your background is. You know what I mean? One of the things that's actually wild is, like, for example, so many artists, poets, thinkers, scientists are socialist and have been socialists historically, very open about their perspective. Einstein being, like, a very famous example. This motherfucker was such a socialist that he wrote routinely about socialism. Like, it's not hidden. Martin Luther King is a great example. Democratic socialist, like, definitely openly a socialist. And yet you never hear that from them. You never hear that about their background. You never, ever hear that. You have to understand there's got to be a reason for it, right? Why is it that all of these figures that we fucking praise who have this kind of background, why is it that is never mentioned? Well, there's a reason, because we live in a capitalist, right-wing institutional education system. That's it. And it does not benefit. Explaining that would undermine the right-wing Red Scare propaganda. Anyway, but once you recognize all of that, you can try to make meaningful changes in your immediate life. You can try to make meaningful changes in your... Do you think Jeffrey's another Pelosi? Yes, 100%. You can try to make meaningful changes in your immediate life and then also have fun with stuff like this. You know what I mean? Because ultimately, you should have fun. Everyone should have fun. I like having fun. This is, making fun of the Republican Party for their failure to bring in the Speaker of the House, who's gonna be opening up all the fucking Hunter Biden penis inspection committees. It's fun. It's fun for me. Yeah, I know. It's probably my least leftist position is that I am an individual who likes to have fun. It's true. It makes me reactionary. Fun The concept of fun in a capitalist, bigoted patriarchal society is bourgeois decadence. It is inherently reactionary. Okay?
Or at least
True.
give their vote to Ken McCarthy if they've never voted for him in the past. And then there are other members who say under no circumstances will they vote for Kevin McCarthy. The question that Kevin McCarthy confronts now is how many of those members are there that say they will not vote for him under any circumstances? And if there's more than 4, which is the number he can't afford to lose, what does he do about them, Kira?
What does he do, right? He's pretty much given her. What did Donna Brazile say?
Yeah, by the way, we're record-breaking with the 9th ballot assured. This is now tied for the 8th longest speaker election in history, tying the 1923 vote that ended Frederick Gillett winning on the 9th ballot. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go. Let's get those goddamn numbers up. We still have Nathaniel Banks, obviously, with 133. It's going to be really hard to achieve. Howell Cobb in 1849 was 63. William Pennington. Oh, my God. Smackington the Pennington. Oh, my God. Yodiland. They were not ready for the Yodiland, motherfucker. That's why they took 44 ballots. John Taylor, 22. Philip Barber, 12. Robert Hunter, 11. John Bell, 10. And now we're at the Frederick Gillett point. We're moving up the ranks, baby. America is back in a big fucking way. How do you feel about Erdogan? I despise him. Okay? I can't say the way I truly feel on top of how much I despise him, because it would be TOS. Anyway, I'm confused on how ballots work. What do you mean? They're just like, they keep running up the fucking numbers, brother. What the hell? Feeling like Paris right now? What is this? Can you give us a short recap on how many votes we've had? We're on the 9th one, and on day 1, there were 19 holdouts. The number of holdouts have increased, as a matter of fact, over the course of the past 3 days. We're on the 9th vote at this point, and it seems like the number of holdouts that are no longer interested in voting for Kevin McCarthy are increasing. It's a real... What's that famous movie about jury duty? Like, what, 12 Angry Men? It seems like it's happening. It's like a 12 Angry Men situation. So, for the record, again, for all the force the voters out there, even if, like, let's say Matt Gaetz is, like, successful, right? Matt Gaetz and Lobo and them are successful, right? Understand that ultimately, okay, what Matt Gaetz is advocating for and what all these shitheads are advocating for is no different than one another. Do you understand? It's not any different. Like, it doesn't matter who the fucking Speaker of the House is. Whereas the left, the progressive left, okay, if you take what they say seriously, have a fundamentally different worldview and a fundamentally different interest than the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, okay? They are actually in contention with one another. They're actually fighting against one another versus the hyper right wing, the extreme right wing, okay, and the rest of the Republican Party, which is pretty fucking far right regardless, are not actually fighting. They're fighting on like immaterial, marginal, aesthetic shit. That's it. CNN, House reconvenes with still no speaker elected. McCarthy wants to no vote tonight, says talks progressing, which was a lie. Twitter files, what we've learned about the FBI. Tucker Carlson literally just like takes shots at Kevin McCarthy and then turns around and covers like nonsensical bullshit. The person who's been doing the Lord's work, as a matter of fact, is not Tucky Boy. It's actually Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity is pissed, okay? He's fucking pissed. He's royally pissed. He's like, Hannity hot seat time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch. Here is Sean Hannity giving it to Lobo a little bit, Lauren Boebert.
Hi, time now tonight for the Hannity hot seat, and tonight we're joined by a Republican who opposed Kevin McCarthy's bid for Speaker on every single ballot. That is Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, and she says negotiations with McCarthy.
Why wouldn't the progressive wing just do this to secure more committee positions? In the same situation, I would hope the progressive wing would fight it. That's really interesting you said that, because the progressive wing did get committee positions. So you're literally describing what AOC should have done, while simultaneously living in a world where AOC did do that before even holding out the vote. They did that. They literally did that. They did. They got a fuckload. That's why Ilhan Omar was on the fucking Foreign Policy Committee, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Why would Ilhan Omar, a person who is like fundamentally against the military-industrial complex, sit on any matters involved with foreign policy? Sit on a committee that touches foreign policy. They did. They, as young as they are, as new as they are, they 1,000,000% got a fuckload of committee positions. They did. It was just dealt with. You never told that chatter, so they didn't know. No, I did. I've talked about this before during the Force the Vote saga. The Force the Vote saga was not about like holding out so you can get committee positions. The Force the Vote saga was about like forcing the vote, literally, for Medicare for all, so that it could be fucking eviscerated by the Democratic Party.
Have been ongoing since the summer, but that her demands are not being taken seriously. Now, meanwhile, Kevin McCarthy's camp is now reportedly trying to determine which of the 20 votes against him are because of a...
As if the committee makes a difference to the MIC. It doesn't. You're absolutely correct on that. You're right. You're right on that. Tackling America's foreign policy or its military-industrial complex is literally like the most difficult part of this process. I would say that America, okay, as an institution, as an organization, as a country, is more likely to get fucking socialized medicine than destroy the engine that fuels capitalism, global capitalism, which is American imperialism, which is the military-industrial complex. So yes, I think that, and I believe that it's insanely difficult to even get Medicare for all. Okay, I think it's insanely difficult to get Medicare for all even. So that is even harder than that.
Policy disagreement versus a personal vendetta. Here now with reaction is Congresswoman Boebert. Now, Congresswoman, you tweet, Town Hall quoted you today saying the president, you said complimentary things about President Trump, needs to tell Kevin McCarthy that, sir, you do not have the votes. It's time to withdraw. Let me turn the tables, Congresswoman. Kevin McCarthy has 203 votes. Your side has 20. So if I'm going to use your words and your methodology and your math, isn't it time for you to pack it in and your side to pack it in, considering he has over 200 and you have 20?
Sean, I understand the frustration. I promise you, but
I'm not frustrated. You didn't answer my question.
And we are hearing.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't put it in the news. Don't write it in the newspaper that I'm mad. I'm not mad. Even though he does fucking own her a little bit, which is pretty fun. I mean, he's right. He's right. Lobo is also, low-hanging fruit. Like, she's not even able to fucking... God, she's not able to defend her positions, which is pretty funny because it's like, they have no positions. They have nothing, which is why it's kind of funny to watch them, it's funny to watch the Republican Party and the machine, okay? The Republican Party machine crumbling in and of itself as they fucking freak out that, like, the guys that they put into positions of power because they went too far fucking to the right are literally just saying, no, we're going to do more Republican shit. This is what I'm supposed to do. I learned it from you, Dad. I learned it from you. My job is to obstruct, so now I'm obstructing. And they're like, hold on. That's not how you're supposed to obstruct. They love obstructing so much, they are obstructing themselves. Why are they holding up the vote? There is literally, look, I tell you when I know things. I tell you what my speculations are. I unironically cannot comprehend why they're doing this. Because ultimately, okay, it doesn't matter who the speaker is. Do you understand? It doesn't make sense. When you ask them personally why they're doing it, their answers are fucking psychotic. Their answers literally are like, we want the American debt to default. Like, what? What are you saying right now? That's insane. We want bedlam and chaos? That's psychotic. That's just like an insane thing. Honestly, it's because they just personally probably don't like Kevin McCarthy. And that's it. It's got to be like a personal vendetta. Because like they literally, because Kevin McCarthy is a cuck, okay? And he has personally given like a lot of concessions already. And the more concessions they get, and I can't believe I'm saying this again, but like Jesse Waters said it perfectly. But the more concessions they get, the more they want, because it's not about concessions. It's just they don't want Kevin McCarthy to be the Speaker of the House. And I think it's motivated by personal vendetta for the most part. Now, what's funny about this entire process, okay? What's funny about this entire process, ultimately, is just like Jesse Waters said, and I'm using his fucking awful person. I'm using this awful person because his analogy is correct. This is a hostage situation, and the demands of the hostage holders is to kill the hostage. So you're in a bind. Like, you can't actually fix it. He's right. And friend of the show, Jamel Bowie, says, at this point, if you're a never Kevin type, why would you ever stop? You're getting tons of media attention, and you get to humiliate an enemy again and again. What more could you want? Also, never Kevin sounds like what you say after someone says to you that we need to talk about Kevin. Anyway, there's not a single thing to incentivize governing for congressional Republicans, and many things that incentivize chaos, including the fact that Kevin McCarthy will do anything just to make it stop. Yeah. It's it. That's it. It's pure spite. It's pure spite. It's pure spite. And it is the way that the Republican Party has built itself over the course of the past couple years, where especially like accelerated in the past, I would say, oh God, is it effing again? Please stop. Don't say that. Just don't say that to me right now. I can't even fucking tweet. I can't even write anything. I'm like trying to write and it's not letting me write. It's not faking. It's not faking. It's like writing. I'm not even tweeting right now. I'm not even writing. I'm not even writing in the chat, and it's still like sending my chats. Look at this. I hate this so much. I hate it so much. It might be regional. I don't know. I'm not taken down. Oh, fuck me, dude. God damn it. It's broken. Hold the line. Just hold the fucking line, okay? It's not 4 people. It's not 4 people. We went from 44K to 24K, chat. It's not just fucking 4 people, okay? it's thousands of people that go down. I can't even see my own fucking stream. Okay? I think like North America is just cooked. About the rage quit law? No, I'm not going to, but it is frustrating. It is so frustrating when like my job is to do this and I can't fucking do my job. Like I'm angry because I want to inform people, I want to explain shit to people, and I can't. And it's got to be like an AWS problem or something. Because like apparently Riot is like cooked too. Riot servers are fucking cooked as well. So I assume it's an AWS problem. Anyway, we're going to continue. I'm just going to fucking continue. As though everyone can hear me and everyone can see me. Fuck my life, dude. Yeah, it's like if you watch on your TVs, you can watch me, but like on your PlayStation 5 or on your mobile apps, you can't sometimes. It's weird. Or on desktop, you can't sometimes. It's weird. All right, let's just continue.
Many people who are still voting with Kevin McCarthy who are very supportive of what we're doing, and they're cheering us on. So there are more for us than are against us, and they are waiting for Kevin to cave.
Okay.
You know, the American people are certainly frustrated by...
I'm frustrated by you not answering a direct question. You said to President Trump, you said earlier today that President Trump needs to tell Kevin McCarthy, you don't have the votes.
We need to come up with a consensus candidate to elect a Speaker of the House.
You don't have the votes, and it's time to withdraw. He has 203. Your side has 20. Why is it time for him to withdraw and not you when he has so many more votes?
Well, Sean, he needs 218, and he does not have 218. We've been trying to work this out in private, as you said, for months. But Kevin McCarthy didn't even want to listen to us until his disappointing midterms. We all want a unified party, but this isn't chaos. It's a functioning constitutional republic. When everything is said and done,
I like the
House Republicans will be stronger and better prepared to lead than we ever have before. I believe that this is what our founding fathers intended, and this is showing that our votes are working. Our votes aren't just a cast
Congresswoman, I'd ask you not to filibuster. Yesterday you voted and Jim Jordan was your choice. Today it was Byron Donalds who was your choice. Tomorrow, I don't know who you're going to vote for. But the bottom line is you still only have 20 votes. Let me ask you this. Kevin McCarthy...
I think we're proving that we're open to a menu of options. Many different people.
You're proving that 20 people don't...
Yeah. Sean Hannity here actually brings up a really good point. Okay? I watched this and I could not believe it. Where he is going to turn around and ask a very good question right here.
Don't want Kevin McCarthy at this time. But my question to you is this.
We are proving that there are many options.
My question to you is, did you support Kevin McCarthy's commitments to America? And do you...
This is not the question. This is just like him basically pandering, saying like, oh, do you care about Kevin McCarthy's policies? Like, why are you against America or whatever, right? Like, which is basic stuff. Let her cook.
Not believe that he's going to follow through on his written promises?
Not this part. Here, it's coming up after this.
His commitment to America is not as strong as I would like it to be. And we have been working on the rules to change.
It's like, what are you saying? Like, what do you mean Kevin McCarthy's commitment to America is not as strong as I want it to be? So what is it? What's your commitment to America? Like, I'm not even defending Kevin McCarthy. Like, fuck Kevin McCarthy. But, like, also, the fuck do you mean? You guys are the same. Like, you guys are the same pieces of shit, straight up. What are you talking about?
The structure of how Washington, D.C. is run and operated. Sean, you know more than anybody how broken this town is. This is something that we have an opportunity to rebuild, to restructure. And it takes the right tools and the right leadership to do that.
Border security, energy independence, debt reduction,
and when we asked him to put forward the Texas-built border plan, he refused.
And then, well, he's willing to bring back the exact plan that worked under Donald Trump. And then he also has pledged investigations into the FBI and DOJ, the influence peddling of the Biden family, the origins of COVID and Anthony Fauci, the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
My question is, right speaker.
Do you support?
And it's not going to be Kevin McCarthy.
Do you support all of those agenda items he promised?
Of course I do, but I do not trust Kevin McCarthy at this point to deliver on those promises, especially when I go into good faith negotiations with him, and then he comes out and lies about what those conversations were, saying that members demanded
okay, that's your characterization. He's not here to answer.
We want.
So let me ask you this.
He's already apologized to one member in private because he won't apologize to him in public for spreading lies.
Wait a minute. Walgreens executive says maybe we cried too much last year about theft? Stop. Where are all the Redditors now? Where are all the Redditors? Where is everybody? Where are all the people that fucking screamed at me because they were like, Hasan, you're just pro-theft. You're pro-theft. You're a piece of shit. When I said they're just lying. They're lying and greatly overstating the concerns they have over retail theft. That's crazy. That's so interesting. Is that another fucking pre-watch Piker moment? Shocked. Shocked to fucking find out. Shocked. The company made investments in the private security guards, but they've proven largely ineffective, Kehoe said. Maybe we cried too much last year, Chief Financial Officer James Kehoe said. Walgreens acknowledged it may have overblown concerns about theft in their stores after shrinkage stabilized over the past year. The top Walgreens executive on Thursday acknowledged the company may have overblown concerns about thefts in their stores after shrinkage stabilized over the last year. During an earnings call, the company's chief financial officer, James Kehoe, said shrinkage was about 3.5% of sales last year, but that number is now closer to the mid-twos. He also said the company would consider moving away from hiring private security guards. Maybe we cried too much last year, Kehoe said. We've stabilized, he added, saying the company is quite happy with where we are. Shrinkage is the difference between a company's recorded inventory on their balance sheet and its actual inventory. It primarily accounts for items that were shoplifted, but also includes inventory that was damaged, lost, or stolen by employees. Over the last 2 years, Walgreens has been raising the alarm about increased theft. As a result, it hired private security guards and locked up merchandise so it can't be accessed without a store associate. Shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Shocked, I tell you, dude. Kehoe said the company has spent a fair amount to crack down on the thefts, but acknowledged the private security companies they've hired have been largely ineffective. These guards can do very little but call law enforcement or hold a suspect until police arrive. We've put in incremental security in the stores in the first quarter. Actually, probably we put in too much. We might step back a little bit from that. The company's using more law enforcement as opposed to private security, he added. Shrinkage is such an abused metric that retail used to hold it up as theft, even though the shit is just broken or lost during shipping. How many times? Wait, getting my rebuttal ready, pal. How many times Walgreens robbed ever on Earth and include unarmed? Yeah, just watch out. Oh, wait till I'm done Googling this shit, dude. I'm gonna fucking destroy you, bitch. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I got to text my account manager. Sorry. No, it's like it's fine currently. They fully took the monetization out of quick actions, by the way. Like you can't even I think it's fine at this moment, but it doesn't look like it's fine. Like look, I can't see my own This is what it looks like. Currently, this is what my dashboard looks like. 0 sessions, 0 viewers, 0 followers, 0 bit rate. None of these are on. Try an F5 refresh. Oh, shit, it's back. Okay, nice. Why the fuck did that not work before? Let's see. Oh, it's back. The monetization options are back again. Dude, it's weird. It's so fucking weird, man. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Holy shit, 0 viewers. The left truly watches Aiden now. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the fucking Sean Hannity evisceration. I'm sorry that I skipped through to that moment of leftist gloating, as always.
About that meeting.
Here's my question. So you and others fought hard for a motion to vacate, with only 5 Republicans able to trigger that motion. Kevin McCarthy didn't want to give it to you, but he did give it to you in the end. To me, that's kind of an insurance policy. Can I finish?
But he didn't all the way. He did
Wait
not.
a minute.
Sure.
He gave you what you asked for. And one of the things that I've been asking people, I'm asking you tonight, who is your final choice for speaker? And if you can't get more than, let's say...
This is the great question. This is the great question here. This is actually this is like surprisingly solid reporting.
Who is your final choice for speaker?
They will never do this for anything meaningful, okay? Journalists will never do this for anything meaningful. They will only do this because Sean Hannity is upset currently.
Speaker, and if you can't get more than, let's say, 30 votes, will you follow your own advice that you were asking Donald Trump and withdraw?
There are certainly names that are being floated around, and hey, maybe I should nominate President Donald J. Trump tomorrow. But Sean, I did watch your show last night, and I want to set the record straight on this motion.
We're going to pick Jim Jordan one day, Donald's the other day, Trump the next day?
This motion to vacate, because he did not give us this motion to vacate. I'm showing there's a whole consensus of other candidates
but
that could be nominated.
I'm trying to understand how you're thinking
This motion
here.
to vacate, Sean, you need to understand that Kevin McCarthy did not give us my hard red line.
He fought
and
for
this
it.
is a centuries. No, he did not.
No, I know that he made the
promise. That was written by Thomas Jefferson.
I know he made the promise
since
because
1837 with 5 members, Sean, with 5 members, not
That's
one
right,
member
5.
to offer the motion to vacate.
So my question is,
there's who wrote this rule? She said 1837. So here's what I don't understand, okay? Like, Thomas Jefferson died in 1826. Okay? Let's say that's your talking point, which is like, this has been a rule in place since like 1837. Like, what are you fucking lying about? Like, what did you not do any kind of research to like cook up a good enough fucking counter to this shit? Like, you've been on, even if you're doing this specifically for TV slots, okay, you're doing this to like build your own, brand as like a truth-telling, bold Republican patriot who's going against the institutional powers, right? You had a month to cook up good-ass fucking talking points. Why are you winging it? It doesn't make sense. Why? Like, especially someone like Lobo, who is literally fucking so stupid. Like, she's not smart. She is not smart at all. I don't understand how I guess she like misspoke. And we're not even talking about why we should be listening to fucking slavers, but also we're not even talking about whether or not like being able to vote out a speaker of the House of Representatives with 5 votes is a bad thing or not, cuz like it kind of isn't the worst thing. I don't really give a shit. You know what I mean? Like I I want to agree with some of these demands. If you're gonna set term limits, love that. That's perfect. It's not gonna happen. This is not the best way to do it. But like, it does give each individual representative more power. Okay? But like, even when I'm supposed to be fucking agreeing with this person, okay, because of like the things that they're supposedly advocating for, I can't. And it's not because like it's not because like, oh, I'm too caught up on the fucking aesthetics or whatever. It's like, dude, you don't give a shit. And two, that's not the reason. That's not the reason why you're actually fucking causing a commotion. And three, you didn't even fucking research what you said.
Nancy Pelosi's
Term limit increase, regulatory capture. Oh my God. I have heard all the fucking lobbyist jargon on this, okay? You are unironically advocating for lobbyist shit. Listen, man. Listen. I get it. You're going to say because of term limits, if you put term limits here, I know what the steel man is, okay? Term limits ultimately are something that lobbyists definitely want, because like that way, when you have fresh congresspersons, okay, they don't know how to read the legislation, and therefore they will be over-reliant on, lobbyists, as a matter of fact. Like, get the fuck out of here. No, they craft those relationships through fucking, no, they craft those relationships through years and years and years of work. That's precisely the reason why green congressmen are unironically, oftentimes, way better, with the exceptions of like Kirsten Sinema and shit, okay, than old institutionalized geriatric pieces of shit. What, you think you really going to tell me that Dianne Feinstein is a better legislator because she's been around since like, since writing was invented, since the beginning of history? Is that what you're unironically saying? No. Lobbyists craft the legislation for old fucks just as well as they would try to craft it for young fucks. The point is, they want to save their fucking seats and they want to max out on their fucking wealth. Okay? She was there when they made the Rosetta Stone. Exactly. I mean, Dianne Feinstein is literally older than the invention of toasted white bread, okay? Sliced white bread as toast is unironically younger than Dianne Feinstein, bro. That's like not even a joke. That's not even a joke. Think about that. Feinstein was around when Jefferson wrote whatever the fuck Boebert is lying about. Yeah.
You haven't answered my question. So if you have...
You cannot demand more responsibility.
Yesterday you supported Jordan. Today you're supporting
Sean.
Donald.
That's not the way this works. We need a check and a balance on the third in line.
Who
to
is
the
your
presidency.
Let's have a final answer. Who do you want to be Speaker of the House?
Maybe that's for the conference to decide. We need to come together.
Who do you want? I'm asking who you want.
What does it look like, life after Kevin? We need to find somebody who can actually unify the Republican Party. I have offered plenty of names.
I would like to know.
Let some other folks start offering
there
other
are 203 people, and you have 20. I respect the 20 of you. I respect all of you. But I'm asking you, based on your own words,
you as well.
Who is your final? Let's have a final answer. Who do you want? Who will you only support to be Speaker? It's not that hard.
I am willing to have conversations with the Republican conference to come up with a consensus candidate. We are offering people right now. It doesn't have to be a member of the Freedom Caucus. It doesn't even have to be a solid conservative. But we have
more than
to have
half
those
the Freedom
tools
Caucus
in
supports McCarthy. So you don't have you don't even have a name.
Because
and we're now going into day 3.
Afraid.
I don't I hate this. I hate
when
it.
you are
I hate it
threatened
so
by
much.
committee chairs of the Freedom Caucus, it doesn't even have to be a solid conservative,
by the way,
but we have
more than
to have
half
those
the Freedom
tools
Caucus
in
supports McCarthy. So you don't have
the
you don't even
tools
have
in
a
place.
name.
Because
and we're
there
now
are
going into
people
day
who
3.
Are afraid when you are threatened by committee chairmen to not be placed by steering members.
Right, let me ask a final question. If your final
to not
candidate,
be placed on a committee, and then Kevin McCarthy affirms that, that's a scary place to be. We are here to legislate. We are here to get the country back on track. And when you have people making threats like that, it's difficult to make that decision. But we are going to get there. I am fine doing this. We're in day 2. It's okay. The government isn't spending money, sending it to Ukraine, so the American taxpayers are certainly winning.
There's politically, Congresswoman, you agree, and I agree on most things. We don't disagree on many things.
Yes, we do, Sean.
And I do have respect for you.
And I believe that history will show that I'm on the right side of this, Sean.
Well, you can believe in your position, but I'm using your words. You said to President Trump, you said, we're very clear. He doesn't have 218, so you need to ask him to withdraw. If by Friday, you and your group of 20 don't have a name with 30 votes, is it time for you to withdraw? And if not, why do you support a double standard? Last question.
Kevin McCarthy does not have 218 votes. Kevin McCarthy will not be Speaker.
And you have 20. I asked you a very specific question. If by Friday
when we
you don't have 30,
I will not, Sean. I will not withdraw. Our asks were not petty of Kevin McCarthy. They were not self-serving. We simply were asking for commitments on what the American people want to see. They want to see a vote on term limits, a vote on the Texas border plan to secure the southern border. And for crying out loud, Sean, we asked for a vote on a budget that actually balances. Imagine a Congress that stops spending money that we don't have. We are going to get this right, and we are going to get the right speaker, Sean.
If you only have 30, to be clear, you will not withdraw. 30 is going to
be a beautiful number to reach.
But you're telling Kevin McCarthy.
Dude, this is so funny. Like, oh, I love this, man. I love it. I'm sorry. I love it. They're like the most annoying shitheads. You know what I mean? They are the most annoying pieces of shit. And now they have like a little bit of fucking power, and they're getting a taste of it too. They're getting a taste of like flexing it. Oh, you can't stop them. Oh, it's awesome. What an incredible way to start the year. Even though fucking Twitch is not allowing me to do my job adequately. Holy fuck, it's so annoying, but
McCarthy and the 203 people that support him to withdraw because they don't have 218. That's what you're saying.
Look, it's obvious by tonight's motion to adjourn that Kevin McCarthy and his supporters are already getting voter fatigue. And
I asked you a simple question, Congresswoman. I feel like I'm getting a liberal
I'm not going
an
to
answer
support
from a
Kevin
liberal.
McCarthy, Sean.
Okay, so even if you only have 30 votes,
Kevin McCarthy,
you will not abide by what you told President Trump to abide by.
Which I don't believe I will be.
I feel like we've made progress.
Look, I love President Trump. You're not going to turn me on him. You're not going to pit him against me.
Not trying to pit him against you. That's what you said to him.
And I am standing.
Yeah, it was kind of ballsy that Lobo, who like basically is, anything, an entity, a known entity is a consequence of Donald Trump. Like Trump made her, you know what I mean? Turning back on Trump this way, kind of fucked up. A lot of fake friends out there, man. Matt Gaetz did it too. Matt Gaetz fucking did that shit too. It's messed up, dude. It's messed up. This makes me wonder, is every person in our district also that stupid? I think there's a lot of stupid people. Langium, thank you for the 15 gifted subs. There's a lot of stupid people in our district. But they're not so stupid because like clearly they almost unseated her, so it can't be that bad. 20 never Kevers, 40 faces, yeah.
I have seen the broken trust. I have seen the lack of accountability. Well, we are getting phone calls saying that we need to stop this. Kevin does not have the votes for speaker. Period. We need to find a consensus candidate, get this right, and get our country back on track. Thanks so much, Sean.
Ay, ay, ay. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, the drama. Oh, I live for it. I'm sorry.
Then we immediately went into, which we, at least a few people tried to caution.
It's up to 21 now? What the fuck?
McCarthy, please do not go straight to election votes. Let's take the next few weeks to unwind our thoughts and ideas with each other. And
all right, Donald Trump. Oh, by the way,
Senior
some fun
congressional
updates.
correspondent Chad Pergram, though, kicks us off live from Capitol Hill. Chad?
John, good afternoon. The House is now in the middle of a 7th vote for Speaker, but they're going to have an 8th vote. That's because there are enough votes to block Kevin McCarthy on this ballot. Now, just a couple of moments ago, we had a vote by Matt Gaetz for Donald Trump. Keep in mind that the Speaker of the House does not have to be a member. Now, the key in these roll call votes today is for Kevin McCarthy to demonstrate signs of progress. McCarthy has been stalled at 202 or 201 votes since Tuesday. He needs to get closer to 218. John James, a freshman of Michigan, nominated McCarthy. James said the GOP needs to learn how to win. And then he noted that he's a fan of the Detroit Lions. Now, Dan Bishop of North Carolina nominated Byron Donalds. If the House winds up in another lengthy vote series, members say that shows McCarthy lacks the votes. The problem for McCarthy is making concessions to one side and alienating others. Now, there are demands from McCarthy opponents for positions on key committees. They also reserve the right to call a speaker vote in the middle of the Congress if they don't like McCarthy. Now, here's something to watch. Potential absences that could either help or hurt McCarthy, depending on who is out. 1923, it took 9 votes to elect the Speaker. We're not quite there yet, but in 1923, it also took 3 days. This is day 3. Now, right now on the scoreboard, there are 14 votes against Kevin McCarthy. He can only lose 4 if we're at 434 members voting. And so that's the issue. We're at 14 votes, so we're going to go to an 8th vote here, an 8th vote. The question is whether or not they do that right away. Last night, we had an adjournment for several hours.
There's no way to explain, like you're 5, why some reps do not want McCarthy, because, like, you literally need to be a 5-year-old to understand. Like, it's not... Like, you need to have the operational capacity of a 5-year-old to begin with to make these choices. Like, there is no other way. I can't explain it to you like you're 7, if you ask me, because it's literally like they just don't like him, which is fine. I don't like him either. Fuck that guy. Okay? That's it. Yeah, he's just like, oh, he's a meanie bobini, and I no like him. That's it. And also, they have the ability to stop him, and that's pretty much it. That's literally it. They have the ability to stop him, so they're using it. That's it.
They came back.
Was he not right wing enough, dude? No. That's not a thing. That's not a fucking thing. Was he not right-wing enough? Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, sure. The fuck do you mean, was he not right-wing enough?
And then the House adjourned again. They voted to adjourn. You have to have enough votes to adjourn. You had McCarthy allies who wanted the adjournment. Democrats wanted to continue to embarrass McCarthy and show how he didn't have the votes, and they would have teamed with some of the McCarthy opponents. That vote to adjourn passed by 1 vote. It was a very close ballot, so it's unclear if they would even be able to adjourn or be compelled to continue to do this over and over and over again. Keep in mind that the rule is you have to keep voting until you get a Speaker of the House. And 3 days now of not having a House of Representatives fully constituted. John?
All right, Chad Pergram for us, watching all the action on Capitol Hill. Chad, thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
20 is a big number. This isn't like a marginal thing.
He surrendered, says David Axelrod, on Kevin McCarthy's concessions. Ooh, they're bullying him. You hate to see it. You hate to have the guy who Obama uninvited from his birthday so we could have Beyonce and Jay-Z there shit on you like this on television, okay? Like, straight up.
3/4 of these people around. But let me tell you something. Jake said that he's made a cornucopia of concessions. He's surrendered. I mean, the truth of the matter is, whether the 20 want to accept it or not, they've won. They've won. Either McCarthy becomes a neutered, powerless speaker who has a sword of Damocles over his head that could fall at any time because anybody in that body could call to vacate the chair, or someone else becomes speaker. But they have won this. I mean, the only thing that's left is for one of them to drive out with McCarthy's car and another one to wear his coat. And I mean, he's given everything away.
But Axe, do you think if you give in to these, if McCarthy gives in here, right, to these folks, whoever's next is going to experience the exact same scenario?
My concern is not for the Republican Party.
That's not even true. That's not even true. Those concessions are not important to them. No. If it was someone else, they would probably, if it was a consensus candidate as they're talking about, like if they could get someone who's interested in the position, right, who like the rest of the party is going to toe the line with regardless, right, then they would drop those things so fast. One of the concessions is literally to default on the debt, brother. There is no American Congress member who unironically wants that to happen. Like, they just don't want Kevin McCarthy. That's it. And at this moment, because like there is no, okay, this is important. I'm going to take a step back and explain something to you. Democrats at least have like some marginal policy positions that they are advocating for, that they want to do, okay? And when they have power, they try to push that. Republicans, when they have power, they have only one policy position that they want, okay? Tax cuts for the wealthy. That's it, right? That's precisely why when Donald Trump was president, they were like, they were kind of scrounging. They were like looking for new things to work on. So with the Democratic Party, they have to put forward spending packages. They have to fund Medicare, Medicaid, that sort of thing. Like, these are still, even if you don't agree with the Democratic Party, which I don't, even if you recognize that their position is ultimately to basically stop the leftist momentum from ever coming to fruition, like, ultimately they have like some policy positions, and for that you need, when you have a clear identified policy position, you need a Speaker of the House, you need like people to be able to whip the votes and shit like that. For the Republicans, they have nothing. They're, especially because like it's currently a Biden administration, and they don't have the Senate, they don't have the presidency, so like they're just gonna stop other bills from coming down into the House anyway. So like they're just having fun with it right now. These 5 people, the Gang of 20, the Never Kevers, are just having fun with it. Because nothing. They have no tangible policy positions. They have no prescriptions to the problems that we're experiencing as Americans. And they're just going to block and push anyway. So that right now they're just blocking and pushing while having fun with it. And personally, building their brands by presenting themselves as like anti-establishment. Yeah, they are filibustering for clout. Exactly.
My concern is for the country.
Right. Well,
I think this is going to be, this is a precursor of an awful couple of years.
Yeah.
And that's a really important point, because, again, giving all the things that he's giving away, not just at what cost, but what is that going to look like over the next couple of years?
Yeah.
If every day, every week, we are back here having to vote again, nothing is going to move. And, the other thing I do want to say, this is exactly what the American people voted against. Mm-hmm. You have a handful of MAGA extremists, destructionists, I would call them, basically holding the United States House hostage over the things that they want, which are not the things that a majority of Americans voted for, who voted for, hey, we want you to get some things done, which, by the way, your former boss, Scott, Mitch McConnell, sent a very strong message, it seems to me, to the House yesterday to say, I'm not going to play that game with y'all.
The House doesn't have to do a ton of stuff. It needs to pass a budget. We'll have to do the debt limit. It needs to pass appropriations bills. But those 3 things, if you couldn't wrangle these 5 to 10 people, then all of a sudden the Republicans are over begging Democrats for help. And by the way, the help won't come for free. You'll end up with Republicans having to give away goodness knows what to Hakeem Jeffries to get the votes to do the basic functionings of government, which no Republican voted for, I can assure you, anywhere in the country. And so that, to me, whoever becomes speaker here, I still think
God, it's just, I can't tell if I'm watching Fox News or CNN. Like, this is literally a right. Oh my God. This shit is so frustrating to watch. It's like, dude, there's supposed to be like the objective name in news. And it's like, I don't know. I just like, they're basic. I mean, this guy is like very clearly a Republican, okay? A Republican talking head who's talking about how like a power sharing agreement would be awful for the Republican Party because no Republican voted for that. It's like, what are you? Oh my God. Bro, you saw their plans last year. They wanted this. I mean, yeah, it's just so awful. I hate liberal media. CNN hasn't changed. They always have been this way. They're just becoming more and more right-wing because America is super fucking right-wing, at least in the way that it churns out policy, okay? It's the sad fucking truth. There's not really much you can do about it, unlike the top of the hour ad break, which is also a sad truth. A 3-minute ad break comes and goes at the top of the fucking hour. But there is something you can do about it. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, right? That is one thing you can do to avoid the ads at the top of the fucking hour. All right? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. It's coming to you. Milk Carton Kid, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Can you shut the fuck up and just play the ad? It's 3 fucking minutes long and your Prime shill makes it 5 minutes. No. Eggsabzy112, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Got a Fist, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Peachy Zach, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. All you motherfuckers saying true right now. I guess we're not there when we had numerous fucking conversations about segues. And whether I should keep them or whether I should automate them. It's not like I decided, I'm just going to do it like this. I have, time and time again, asked the community. And it was overwhelmingly in support of continuing segues. Not only that, but there is quite literally no, that wasn't just 2 years ago. We did it again when the new contract came, when I asked you guys. And not only that, but also on top of that, the segues have become a meme in and of itself. Okay, the segues have become a meme in and of itself. The debates have become a meme in and of itself. There's a literal bot in the chat that rates the segues. Like, it's firmly a part of the community culture. I guarantee most of the votes for the segue are from subs, though. Yeah, but who cares? Bro, I have almost 70,000 subs, okay? And I have 43,000 people watching in here. At any given moment, I have probably more subs in the chat than I have random non-subbed watchers. You understand that, right? So yeah, of course, if a subscriber is voting on it, their voices are going to be heard more. So yeah. Dana Rain, thank you for the 50 gifted. Holy fuck, 50 big ones.
McCarthy has a good chance, but what does this portend for the future?
Those discussions have happened, by the way, between moderate Republicans and some on the Democratic side who've expressed a willingness to consider it. But what they've been told is McCarthy doesn't want to do that because he feels, this is the box he's in. To cooperate with Democrats is a death sentence for him as well. So he's really in a terrible position.
Well, listen, I don't think it's going to be as bad as you'd like to see and predict. I think once you get the speaker, you're going to have robust oversight from Jim Jordan and the Judiciary Committee. You're going to have robust oversight of the border by whoever the chairman of Homeland Security is. There's going to be aggressive oversight.
Why is General Thumbo over here even talking about this? Like, I just don't understand. Like, who put General Thumb in charge of this conversation? CNN is so wild. They just have like a mishmash of like the most random motherfuckers on this panel.
As I said before, oversight by a majority of one feels exactly the same.
I'm not looking for chaos. No, I'm not. What I'm worried about is, for example, when the debt ceiling has to be
that's in August, right? Yeah.
And the Speaker of the House does the responsible thing and doesn't let the country default on its credit. That will almost certainly trigger one of these motions, and you'll have another one of these. We'll be all sitting around here watching the roll being
But that's
called.
been a Republican problem every time we approach the debt ceiling. Republicans struggle with that, right? So that's not a McCarthy problem.
But not at the risk of being.
Problem.
That's right.
Not at the risk of being deposed.
Right,
So just as we're hearing these in the back of our ears, and our viewers are hearing it as well. Matt Gaetz, who obviously has, is one of the never, has just voted for Trump.
Voted for
Trump.
Okay.
He's trying to get back in the good graces, I suppose, right? Maybe Lauren Boebert.
Jake says, is McCarthy cool? No, McCarthy fucking sucks. He's a California Republican. He's a giant piece of shit. But it's funny because, like, there are even shittier people in the Republican Party than Kevin McCarthy, who is a piece of shit, who agrees with, like, literally 100, not even 99%, 100% of the positions that all of the other 20 holdouts agree with, but they're just basically holding up the process specifically for clout for the most part. That's it. Like, Kevin McCarthy's a piece of shit. All Republicans are pieces of shit, right? All Republican politicians especially are pieces of shit. But these other Republicans that are basically holding up the process are holding it up for individual clout so they can just like disrupt the process from working, which doesn't really matter to me. I think it's funny. I love it. I'm watching it because the chaos is something I find particularly hilarious. And that's usually that's the reason why we're watching it, because it's cool. It's fun. It's fun. They're having fun.
Will vote for Trump too. She told him to kind of shut up and go away.
Well, that is a big issue here. He had no impact on these the purest MAGA congressmen.
Well, he's come out and said go for McCarthy. Right? He did.
Yeah, he had no impact, and not only did he have no impact, and then Boebert goes down to the floor and is ordering him around in public. I mean, it was kind of humiliating, truthfully.
Yeah. I mean, if I could predict.
Yeah, the TLDR is that the House can't go into session until they elect a speaker. 20 Republicans are holding it up so nothing can get done. But like the irony, of course, is that Kevin McCarthy's position as Speaker of the House and the Republican majority in the House is literally going to be holding up all the Democratic Party's policies or the rest of the Democratic Party's agenda. But when you even pull yourself away from this for a brief moment and remember the past 2 fucking years of the Democratic Party maintaining control of the House and Senate and their overall inability to get anything done from their fucking agenda, you realize, oh, this entire thing is a fucking spectacle. It doesn't even matter because the Democratic Party was cucking themselves anyway. It's not that they did nothing, but they proposed a lot and were able to get pretty much 10 to 20% of their proposals through. So that is my perspective on the matter, is that like Democrats had control over the House, they had control over the Senate, and they didn't really do that much with that power, right? And when Republicans took power in the House, when they took majority in the House, which is a slim majority regardless, they were going to stop the. Sorry, I'm looking at other shit on the side here. It turns out the Republicans are missing another representative now, Ken Buck, who missed the 9th ballot after traveling back to his state for a planned non-emergency medical procedure. Oh my God. Buck's office didn't detail a timeline for when he will return. Holy shit, dude. That's hilarious. McCarthy is hemorrhaging support, dude. Another one bites the dust. Oh my fucking Lord. Should they have predicted Sinema's heel turn? Yes, they should have. If you were in here watching me as I was covering that every fucking day, you would have heard some of the things I mentioned that the Democratic Party could have done and refused to do so because they like having a disruptive force within their ranks. They like having a rotating villain because they don't actually want to make material changes that will greatly benefit the American people because the main benefactors are corporate benefactors. The real constituency that the Democratic Party, just like the Republican Party, cares about is corporations and moneyed interests and the capital owners in general. They do not give a fuck about you, okay? So when they have rotating villains within the Democratic Party, specifically in the Senate or even in the House of Representatives, if there isn't a large enough majority, they will do everything and anything to stop progress from within their ranks. And for everyone who keeps saying, so dude, what's the answer? What's the answer? What's the answer? I keep telling you all the time. At this stage, one of the main things you can do is instill class consciousness amongst your fellow working class members. A thing you can do is basically try to gain a level of autonomy in your workplace. And the only way to do that is by organizing in said workplace. This takes time. Okay, society only prospers when old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of. So you have to do that. You have to put your best foot forward and build brick by brick the foundation of a better tomorrow. That's it. I'm not here to fucking soft serve it to you. I'm not going to tell you that things are going to be immediately good. There's like a magic pill solution, like Bernie Sanders is going to be the fucking president, and then everything is going to be magically, wafted away with a wand. That's not how that works. It doesn't. It doesn't work that way. Okay? Things are shit. And the best thing you can do is basically make it a little less shit. And have fun while you're doing it. Honestly, have fun. Enjoy life as best as you can. That's it. The term obese is a slur is so funny. All right, here. Here is Don Bacon.
But people got to tell their congressman, if they're one of those 20, that the House is shut down. We're not working on the issues that we campaigned on, like lowering inflation, securing the border, supporting our law enforcement, standing up to China. None of this is happening. All our committees are now shut down, and it's on these 20 people. They're embarrassing the House. They're embarrassing the Republicans. They're embarrassing our country. So I think over time, with focus, we'll get some of these over. But we also have to be willing to consider working with the Democrats at some point to get work on some concessions to get some support there if these 20 refuse to budge. But people got to tell.
Oh, this is huge, by the way. Yeah, new investigative details released on Thursday provide the first clear view of the apparent movements of the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students in early morning hours of November 13th. We're going to do that as well. Meanwhile, while that's happening, the 10th vote is also happening, okay?
Totally.
With 100% certainty.
We're going to get to that in a second.
Donald Trump will not be sending.
And yes, I am familiar. I know Bolsonaro's hanging out at a fucking Publix, which is a institution of the South, okay? Truly a profound, one of the greatest things that Florida has. I'll be honest. One of my favorite things, at least, is Publix. And Bolsonaro gets to experience that, even though he's a giant piece of shit. and doesn't deserve to step foot inside of a Publix or even anywhere that is not a Brazilian prison. Okay.
You know, I was looking at a poll that came out this week.
I'll be back in a second.
There were ratings of various legislative leaders. Nancy Pelosi among Democrats was 73-19. Kevin McCarthy among Republicans, 42-33. It's not like he's a beloved figure among Republicans, so they're fighting over a guy. You know, no one wants to storm the ramparts for.
I mean, what Republican leader is? I mean, our sport is kicking the crap out of our own leadership. The Democrats have, you know, there's been internal wranglings, Karen, but, you know, ultimately you uplift your leaders. You know, you've uplifted Nancy Pelosi. But we're like crabs in a bucket. We have been for 12 years. One climbs to the top and everybody tries to drag them down. And by the way, there are consequences to that attitude, and we're seeing it today.
But also consider that Nancy Pelosi, I mean, because there's also a generational issue going on here with the 5 of the 20. I'm going to have to remember my numbers, right? In terms of how they view what their job really is. They view their job as getting clicks, raising money, creating chaos, not actually legislating.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. Yeah. But they're not actually interested in legislating. Pelosi understood where her caucus was, how to get people what they wanted, what they need. I mean, the fact that, for example, you have Kevin McCarthy just met with some of the freshmen, was it last night? He should have been doing that over the holiday to try to understand where the caucus was when he came in.
I don't think anybody here, these guys, anybody would disagree. Pelosi was a legislative genius. She was great at what she did. But there's a big gap between being a legislative genius and what we've seen these last few days, which has been a kind of parade of errors. You know, John F. Kennedy said in his inaugural address in a different context, those who foolishly sought power by riding the back of the tiger ended up inside. That's a little of what's going on right now. Kevin McCarthy has been placating these people for years, and now he may end up inside.
Right now you are watching Kevin McCarthy headed to his 7th defeat in his efforts to be named to be elected Speaker of the House. He needs to win 218 votes. He can only afford to lose 4 House Republicans. He has already lost 10 House Republicans. We knew that was the likely outcome.
And he's
today,
losing more.
What we were looking for to see if there was any movement because of all the concessions he made when it came to rules and procedures, all the things that Congressman Chip Roy and some of the other rebels have been asking for. But as of now, I have not seen any of these individuals who claim to care about rules changes change their votes at all.
Right, and I think if you're watching at home, understand that each one of these votes sends a signal or a message. You don't actually have to know every single number which way. You just have to see, is it changing directionally? And Kevin McCarthy last night didn't want to have an additional vote at 8 o'clock because he said we need more time. It's been a whole...
He's officially at the precipice of losing the vote for the 10th time, by the way. They're talking about the 7th time. This is last night.
Curtis.
Yeah, McCarthy appears to lose the 10th speaker vote. Yes!
Jeffries.
Yes!
Davidson.
Yes! How are you not going to appreciate what's going on here? Come on, man.
All night, we're into the next day, and the numbers aren't
fucking
moving in the direction
loser.
we'd like. So what is the signal everyone else is trying to send is the question we should ask ourselves. And is there another demand or another name? And I don't know, everyone else here has cell phones with more people in it than me, but I don't know what the sort of want is at this point.
And let's bring in an ally of Kevin McCarthy, former Republican Congressman Rodney Davis of Illinois. First of all, Congressman, happy birthday. I can't imagine you would rather spend your birthday doing anything other than sitting in a room by yourself answering our questions when we choose to come to you. So happy birthday. But I have to say, I was told yesterday by a House Republican, a supporter of Kevin McCarthy, that the sudden move to adjourn at 8 p.m. last night after saying they were going to reconvene was because of fears among McCarthy allies, at least because of fears that someone was going to bring up Steve Scalise and nominate Steve Scalise. And you just heard Ken Buck a few minutes ago telling me that if McCarthy does not win this today, he will likely, or he will possibly put Steve Scalise's name as a nomination for the speakership. What do you think is going on right now?
Well, first of all, thanks for the birthday wishes.
It's actually enjoyable to be alone in here than on the floor watching that circus if I was in Congress again. But in the end, I have not heard that was the reason why they wanted to go to a conference and adjourn last night. I heard the reason that they wanted to adjourn last night, Jake, was to actually go negotiate.
Sure.
I've heard that they've had fruitful negotiations, but in the end, this vote is going to be a telltale sign, as many of you have mentioned all day, of whether or not there's going to be some changes. Look specifically at Chip Roy. If Chip decides to change his vote to McCarthy or present, that's progress. And if Chip can live up to the commitment to get 10 people to come with him, I think you'll start to see some pressure going.
This was last night when Chip Roy said he had the 10 votes, but nope.
Senior congressional correspondent Chad Perger.
We already covered this. Donald Trump was the new person that they put forward, which is pretty fire. Before we move on to some other news, obviously, let's celebrate the 10th.
Evans.
The 10th vote that is lost.
Ezell.
McCarthy. Hold on.
Fallon.
He's now a 10-time loser, which is, respect, actually. Manu Raju asks Kevin McCarthy about why he can't pick off any of the 20 R's. It's all going to be this way until an agreement comes. Okay? Asked why it's been so hard for him, McCarthy said, I think it's great. If you think it's so hard when it comes, I want to see what you write. He's like, nah, actually, all my losses are lessons, dude. That's what he's saying. He's like, nuclear grade copium on my man here. He's like, nah, you don't understand. It's actually fucking better that I'm being made a fool on live television and made to look like I have no fucking, I have no business being the guy whose job is to whip the entirety of the fucking House of Representatives. Because remember, the speaker in the House of Reps has one purpose, is to whip votes. To be the leader of the Republican Party, the most important leader right now because he actually has majority power in the House. He can't do it. Asked at what point will he make a realization that the outcome won't change, McCarthy told me, after I win. Isn't that what the whip does? Yes, the whip works at the behest of the fucking Speaker of the House, my friend. The fuck do you mean? Well, the whip whips, but I get your point. No. Guys, nobody talks about Dick Durbin when you're talking about the Senate. You talk about Chuck Schumer, okay? Even though Dick Durbin is Chuck Schumer's whip. Shut the fuck up. That's not how that works. The leader, the majority leader, is the important person here. That's the leader of the fucking party. Okay? Goddamn. Fucking, well, actually, Andy's over here trying to teach me basic political lessons here. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Well, actually, it's technically the whip. Hold on. Let's look at what Fox News is covering. I love tuning into Fox News randomly in the middle of the day because you know that the only time they actually cover this shit is during the day, and even then they rarely cover it. They cover it for a little bit during the day,
2 hours,
but overall,
if it's too late or where.
But overall, the at nighttime they're like,
Judge Janine.
The 5 is on. Ooh, the 5 is on.
Yeah, 10. How does it feel? How are you feeling about it?
Oh, my favorite.
About it. You know why? They're making the Republicans look ridiculous. First of all, I like Kevin McCarthy. Okay, why wasn't this done ahead of time? Why are we doing this in front of the public? We look like a bunch of fools, okay? And Lauren Boebert, with all due respect, the woman barely won her race. You're holding out until Kevin falls. What is the alternative? What do you want? What is the option? What can people agree on? You want the Republicans to vote to get the Democrats to get a Speaker of the House? Can you imagine Nancy Pelosi saying, let me get some Republicans so that I can be the Speaker. I can put them on committees. This is an embarrassment. And I got to tell you that it's gone on long enough. It shouldn't have happened this way. He's done everything. You're lowering the threshold to boot him to one person to get a vote, to boot him out of Congress. This guy raised $250,000. Half these people voting against him. How much?
Billion. He raised $250 million.
Okay, but for the House.
Right.
Okay, all right. And these people that he gave money to are voting against him. What do they want? They have no other alternative. They're egomaniacs who've got no answers, and they ought to just be quiet and just go along with the majority at this point. If you don't want to vote for a bill, don't vote for it. And that's the end of it.
I shouldn't even go to you, Harold. You know, this is our thing. We're going to keep this in the family, so I'm going to go to Dana. Dana, your thoughts now on this 10th no vote.
Well, it's the longest staring contest in history. My sister and I used to have these in the back seat of the car, and I was pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I would not blink. And it feels like this is what everybody is taking in. And I just don't see how this ends for a while. I mean, maybe they go away for the weekend, and they didn't take my advice. Nobody got a drink together last night.
Good idea.
I do think it's interesting that Kevin hasn't lost anymore either. Right, so you keep getting the same result over and over again. So the holdouts aren't getting what they want, and the 200 or so that are with Kevin McCarthy right now are staying. And it could be that apparently there is some progress perhaps with the ones who are not the never Kevins, but the ones who want some significant changes, including one of the things that I'm asking for is to have some people jump the line of seniority in order to get some committee posts. I mean, is that fair? I don't know. I would imagine that if it happened to them, if they got skipped over, they'd be furious about it, right? And they would say, oh, this is the establishment doing this to us. So the feelings are going to get even more raw, I think, as this continues on. However, it just felt like there was a little glimmer of hope that maybe this could get done by next week, I guess.
Yes.
I'm not going to say it's not going to. I don't think it's going to end tomorrow.
You're pretty good with predictions.
I don't know. I had a terrible year last year. I'm 1 for 1 this year so far.
All right, Greg. We know you have a lot of dogs in this fight. How does this end?
Well, I'm running out of things to say, and so I'm looking through my notes, like what have I not said? And I found a few things. So if you bear with me, I'm officially tired of people saying this is the first time in 100 years. This is the first time in a century. You know what else hasn't happened in 100 years? 1923.
Yeah. Do we have anything else in those notes?
No, that's it. That's it. No.
Wow.
I keep
Brilliant.
looking up on the TV, and it's like the opposite of a telethon. You know, the sick patient gets less help. People are calling and saying, we want our donation back. I feel bad for McCarthy. This cannot be good for your ego. Every hour you lose basically what is literally a popularity contest.
This is very important because this is the main propaganda arm, the main communication arm of the Republican Party openly shitting on the Republican Party. Okay? That's very, very big for the Republican Party and the way it's being seen by the by the population.
Tedious. You know, you guys, you made your point. You're basically putting everybody on notice. That's good. Healthy quarrel. We like that. It's democracy in action. It's transparent, but at the same time, it's tedious. We're getting bored with it. However, I like that it takes up all the time of politicians. Maybe this is how the only thing politicians should be doing is voting on whether they're still a politician, right? That way they'd be checking their constituents more than checking Twitter, right? If they're like Democrats might actually care about the border and about crime if they could be voted out every single day. And maybe the Republicans would do something about fentanyl if they could be voted out every day. So I say let's do this forever and ever. And just because I want to see Cavuto cover it every single day.
And it's like so true. All right, Hale, just keep it short.
Independent voters who voted for Republicans voted for them on crime and border, inflation, gas prices. I can't imagine this is what they thought they were voting for. As I think about this, and you look at it, I agree with most, if not everything that's been said. You've got 21 people, 5% of the Congress, has decided they're not going to allow half of the legislative branch to be seated and to get to work on the things that independents and Republicans, and I would even argue some Democrats, voted for Republicans in the House to do: the border, crime, inflation, energy, giving us more certainty. There's some things I agree with them that we can't get to. it seems very personal with some of these people. It's almost like if you're in a football team and the wide receiver looks at your girlfriend the wrong way, so you don't throw him a pass. He's your best player. You're not going to throw him a pass to the team.
I'm running the ball every down.
The team could win. These guys seem like they didn't get invited to the prom or something, so they're still upset about those that didn't invite them to the prom. They're blaming Kevin McCarthy. So what I would do if I were Kevin McCarthy at this point, I think you have to be serious about, and all the Republicans and Democrats have to be serious about isolating those 21 people who don't want to be part of the Congress. So they should all come together and figure out whom they want elected. Probably will be Kevin. But Kevin, I'd scrap the deals he's worked with those 21 and go work a deal with some Democrats. And go work a deal with them. Because if I'm listen to me, he can't win without them. The 201 Republicans, or whatever the number is, they're the ones who should feel most affronted by what he's doing in terms of caving into those 21 Republicans. Because they cut deals with him a long time ago and said, wait a second, why are you cutting a deal with these guys? You can't even count on them to vote for you. He did a deal, and not one of them has voted for him. I feel bad for him in that regard, but this should have been done, to your point, Judge, before all of this went to the floor.
What does he have to promise a Democrat in return? Does he have to put him on a committee? I mean, how bad is the back and forth?
I don't know, but one thing I know, I think for certain, if he worked a deal with Democrats and Democrats didn't uphold the deal, I'd criticize the daylights out of the Democrats. The fact that more people are not criticizing these 20 Republicans who said if you do these things, I know, but everybody's not. If you do these things, we'll vote for you. Some people are celebrating them as heroes. They're not heroes. You know what they are? They're the most incompetent, cruelest deal makers I've ever seen.
That was not short.
They're not a deal. They're not.
We asked you to be short, and that was not short.
They're obstructionists.
All right, let's go.
I thought you meant long.
Ahead. Prosecutors released gruesome new details as the Idaho murder suspect makes his first.
Oh, no. They're obstructionists. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Off the floor there and to our cameras where you're standing, Jay. And Sessions has voted for Kevin McCarthy every round of voting since this started and has actually attempted to convince many of his no McCarthy friends to come to some type of compromise. Here's a look back at the conversation we just had, and then we'll dissect it. Congressman, can you hear me okay?
I can. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good, great. Well, Congressman, I have known you a long time. We have raised a lot of money, negotiated a lot of deals for the Down Syndrome Foundation, among other things, including our military and our veterans. I know that you know what it takes to make a deal. And while I have you now, and while you are watching basically
it's 21 now.
Historic
21,
dysfunction as
21.
it's been described here
21.
On the floor.
Can you do something for me?
With regard to where this is going and what is the outcome here for Kevin McCarthy?
Well, I think you hit the essence of it. It is about Kevin McCarthy. It has taken us a couple rounds. We're now in, I think, round 9 to figure out that these 20 people will stay as long as it takes, yell as loud as they need to yell, and to keep Kevin McCarthy from being the next speaker. Now, with that said, they've raised during this period of time lots of issues, lots of flags, lots of different people that they've supported. It is time that we...
It's funny, they have to keep handing it to them when the guys are just like very transparently lashing out for no fucking clear reason with no clear purpose, and they have to keep handing it to them because what they're doing is basically obstructing. And they also know that there is like a base of support for that kind of behavior. What the fuck? Is it effing again? I'm going to lose my mind.
But that's where we are, and this will continue until there's some change at that measure of who would replace Mr. McCarthy.
So, Congressman, I know that you are close to many of the no McCarthy folks. So, and you want to see a compromise here. What have you been telling them? And could you tell me with whom you have spoken to directly and what you have told them directly?
Well, I think it's important and you're entitled to draw that conclusion because most of it is true. Most of it is true that I have who are in this conference, including my little brother, Ken Buck. But Ken Buck, who I put on the Rules Committee, sees very clearly that hard work has to take place, and that requires a strong Rules Committee with strong members. It's not a no vote, it's working through things. The things that we have right now are a group of people that are raising up extraneous matters, not the essence of what they really want. Oh, I think they did make progress last night in dealing with Mr. McCarthy. They talked about some of the campaign money that he had spent, including in primaries. So I think that's part of the bitterness, but that would seem to be resolved. So the question is, okay, if you are not going to, if you're simply going to fight Kevin, what is your own alternative? And always in any debate, the question comes up, we know what you're against, what are you for? And I think that the reason why I support Mr. McCarthy is that I have not only a good handle on what he's for, but I felt like we had pushed Mr. McCarthy enough to where he saw how
Dude, the fucking the always Keviners are so boring. That's one thing that they're losing right now. You know what I mean? Like, they're losing the fucking fight because, like, the always Kevin guys are nowhere near as entertaining as the never Kevers. You know what I mean? The never Kevers are insane. The never Kevers are unhinged. But they're telegenic. They go on television and they just fucking screech. Okay? They need to bring Marjorie Taylor Greene to the forefront. If you want to gain some momentum on the pro Kevin side, you got to have Jewish space lasers, okay? You got to talk about fucking insane unhinged shit. You got to talk about how Nancy Pelosi is trans and we need to do a trans investigation. Like, you need shit like that. They got no momentum. It's boring motherfuckers who are like, I'm a bureaucrat from Alabama and I want to make sure that we continue to vote for the other bureaucrat. Make it more fun. There's no content. MTG is the only one. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. MTG votes for McCarthy every round. She is their most loyal soldier. She is the only one who's like at least a little bit fucking entertaining and telegenic. Not this boring fucking bullshit, dude. Yeah, all the Keviners have no swag, and the never Kevers have all the swag. This is a problem. Get Brian Donalds in here. Or Bryson, whatever his name is. Like, get him on. Get him on the fucking dial. Be like, why are you voting for Kevin McCarthy when the never Kevers think you are a better figure to be Speaker of the House? Like, ask him that question. Byron? Yeah. I don't even know his fucking name because he's just some random fucking dude from Florida. You know what I mean? Like, there are forever Kevers out there and there are never Kevers out there, okay?
fine, except we don't know what these 20 want also. Otherwise, this will continue perhaps with Mr. Scalise. And that is a bad sign. We need to figure out what their idea is about a speaker that they really want to support that would play with easily 200 other Republicans. And I think it's possible that we could get to that, but they have to make that decision. So,
oh my God, it's over. When you have a forever Kever literally stating we need to find a separate person that all 200 Republicans are going to be interested in voting for, it's done. The never Kevers are winning.
That they will get. What do you think? Where is the deal going to be made? What do you think it's going to come down to where a deal is made and they will get what they want in order to come to a deal with Kevin McCarthy?
Well, I didn't say they would come to a deal with Kevin McCarthy. I think we've got it. I think our membership has it that Mr. McCarthy is that issue, and that's a non-starter for them. what I'm trying to suggest to you is we need to find out what is not their starter, what is their best effort of what they're willing to do, and it needs to be a sit down where they negotiate how we're going to get to 218, and I think it's possible. What gives me that confidence? Being in Congress, working in private sector for 16 years, a deal is always possible. Things are not as bad as we think they are, nor are things as good as we want them to be, and we got to find somewhere in between. So I believe it's possible. I have confidence in my colleagues because we got to get on with our work.
Will it be done?
Do I think Kevin McCarthy will win? I don't know. And I am openly telling you that anyone who confidently predicts what is happening right now is lying to you. Anything could happen. Okay? You could have numerous Republicans unironically have to go back home because, like, family emergencies and a flood or whatever the fuck. Okay? And then not reach quorum and then have Hakeem Jeffries win. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, there are so many different, there are so many things that could potentially happen because basically at this very moment, okay, at this very moment, the main reason why Kevin is not being voted in as Speaker of the House, there is no, how do I describe it? There is no like ideological purpose for this. There is no clear-cut goal. So when the guys don't have like an actual goal, when the people who are like holding this process up, or have no clear, tangible no association, no clear, tangible goal, anything could happen. Tomorrow they could decide, all right, we're done with this. We wanted to wait until January 6th to stop the process. We're voting. But what I do know is that Kevin McCarthy, for one reason or the other, keeps saying, you know, without any new negotiations or whatsoever, that like, oh, we're going to have a deal, we're going to have a deal, we're going to have a deal, we're going to have a deal. But there's no deal. However, here's another one of these instances where sources tell us the deal between McCarthy and his opponents is closed. Chip Roy and Patrick McHenry have been negotiating it. All the big players are now in Tom Emmer's first floor office. Ralph Norman says he expects an offer in writing tonight. Oh my God, dude. Holy fuck. I got so fucking scared. It's Marat. Jesus Christ, dude. Now, of course, what is different today? They said this last night with Chip Roy. They said this the day before. You know, they kept saying that, like, a deal is near, a deal is near, a deal is near. It doesn't seem like it, but we'll see. At this moment, McCarthy has 4 options. Flip enough holdouts to win, basically 17 to 21. Work with Democrats to get to 218, give them good committee ratios, other powers. Move to a plurality threshold, or drop out. Problems for McCarthy are flipping 17 members who already voted against him 9 times seems unlikely. Working with Democrats is a political disaster for him. The base will go nuts. Plurality is very risky. Jeffries could win. So that leaves drop out. And that's basically where we're at this point. Dem leadership huddle right now as they're reporting GOP will try to adjourn after this vote.
Then we immediately went into, which we, at least a few people tried to caution leadership or Mr. McCarthy, please do not go straight to election votes. Let's take the next few weeks to unwind our thoughts and ideas with each other. And that's where this process got off guard and it became.
If they clear the threshold for a plurality, which I don't know how this works. Also, ew. See, American politics, baby. 2 of the worst scumbags talking to one another from across the aisle. You know what I mean? Both from Florida, of course. So the thing is, fuck was I gonna say? I totally forgot. God damn it. I forgot. I forgot what I was gonna say. God damn it. Murat, you scared the shit out of me, bro. Oh, the plurality one would be a power move because it's like, hey, to all the holdouts, he would be. I don't know what the hurdles are to clear that, to make it so that it, like, a majority. Oh wait, I'm actually misreading that. There's no way to like switch it over to just a majority, right? I mean, plurality, right? I don't know what the how you actually put it to a vote. I don't know how you would put it to a vote to just turn it into a plurality. But if that is something that's in his powers, which I assume they could do, I don't know how they fucking change the rules without a speaker, but let's say they do that, right? Let's say they do that for this individual vote. This would be a power play by Kevin McCarthy to say to the Never Kevers, hey, Hakeem Jeffries has won the plurality every single time. Not the majority, because the majority is in control of the Republican Party, but he's won the plurality every single time. So, I'm making you put your money where your fucking mouth is. You're going to not vote for me? Well, then you're voting for Hakeem Jeffries. And at that point, things would get really fucking spicy. It would be very sexy. It would be very cool. Especially because at that point, if the holdouts don't vote for Kevin McCarthy, then you literally have Hakeem Jeffries be the Speaker of the House because he's won the plurality every single time. And the Freedom Caucus guys are so insane that they might unironically say, fuck you. And I guess basically that's the reason why he hasn't done it, because he's like legitimately worried. I suspect he is legitimately worried that, like, you can't really play chicken with insane people. You know what I mean? Because they might actually call your bluff and go along with it.
Game. I only need 5 of them, as we've said, to hold out. It isn't an equal negotiation. He wants.
This is cope for real, but I love it. Wait, what do you mean? There's no copium here. I mean, the situation is chaotic. The situation is fucked. I'm just reporting on it, on what the options that Kevin McCarthy has. At that stage, if he goes to plurality, if he votes for a plurality, and then the most likely scenario is those Republicans will cave. At least, like, not all of them, but enough of them will cave.
Position. The holdouts, where they can deliver all the votes. They don't think that they even control that. That's a problem. If you're standing in Kevin McCarthy's shoes, maybe the window is already closed on that possibility. But if there's a negotiation out there that has some members of Congress sitting it out, others changing their votes, still others negotiating rules packages and the like, it is going to be quite a dance for Kevin McCarthy to complete. And again, at this hour, even though there's new stirrings of negotiations, we don't have any details on that, and no guarantees that any negotiations, any new deal gets enough votes back on board for Kevin McCarthy. He does not have 218 as of this hour.
What did you think, just to follow up on what you said about Steve Scalise, about what Pete Sessions said to me when I asked him, does there come a point where you walk up to Kevin McCarthy and say, friend, sir, buddy, you know, with all due respect, it's time to withdraw and let Steve Scalise move in?
Frankly, I think the biggest thing going for Kevin McCarthy is that neither Steve Scalise nor anyone else has the votes right now. The folks who are holding out on McCarthy have voted no. They voted for different candidates no. They have split their votes in a couple of different ways. They've moved them around. They voted for Trump. They voted for a former member of Congress and Lee Zeldin at one point. They have not put forward a viable, reasonable alternative, which is a big frustration to loyalists of McCarthy, including Congressman Sessions. I think personally, if McCarthy, even McCarthy allies, thought that
for the record,
that Steve,
for people saying, isn't this the moment for Donald Trump to whip votes? He's been trying. Now, Trump, if there's anything Donald Trump is good at, other than having a fat ass, it's his endless ability to read the room. And right now, he's like trying to get the never Kevers to shut the fuck up and vote for Kevin, but he's not able to do so. And not only that, but he's waiting for Tucker Carlson. He's waiting for the other right-wing operatives that are more populist, that have a better grasp on like what the most psychotic people in the fan base want, what the MAGA fan base wants. So before he gets a better understanding of like how unpopular Kevin McCarthy is to the Trump supporters, the crazy ones, okay? He's not gonna come out and speak on it on Fox News. It could happen tonight. It could happen tomorrow. But so far, he's only tried to whip the votes through Truth Social. And the reality here is that he's lost a lot. Finally, just to release the video about you stealing his content, by the way. No, he didn't. He talked about a fucking botted channel that is literally not related to me. Do you want to know why I know that? And do you want to know why you are literally like one of those fucking weirdos who thinks they're a puppet master? Because I'm talking to Pineley personally. Like, I've been talking to Pineley since the beginning of this process and working alongside him to deal with the issue. Why are you like this? Do you think that you have some way to like cause drama and create drama in between two people that are already communicating with one another? Why is it that this is the only platform where this happens, by the way? Straight up. The only platform where people will turn around and be so sad, so pathetic. They're like, I'm kind of bored with this, politics stuff. Let's get to like me making additional drama for you. It's such a weird thing for chatters to do, where they think they're like puppet masters.
This is sending.
Yeah, the wrong message, without question. We've talked about Frederick Gillett several times during the course of our coverage. Frederick Gillett was the speaker who was finally became speaker after 9 ballots in 1923, 100 years ago. So this is, this is unprecedented, at least in over 100 years now. So as I mentioned before, Kira, without question, it's an embarrassment. And not only is the nation watching, but the world is watching the dysfunction in our government. Again, hopefully we will see the Republicans come together. I don't know what it will take to bring those 20 recalcitrant Republicans into the fold for the Republicans, but certainly Kevin McCarthy and the elders that you talked about before will have their challenge.
Mary Alice, do you want to make your best guess?
No, but my only guess right now is that we need to buckle in for a long night. I mean, one thing I'm hearing from Democratic sources is that they are once again not interested in helping Republicans adjourn. They believe that this is the people's business. It needs to get done. Republicans need to get this done. And we saw last night how many Republicans also, especially in that kind of defector group, voted to not let them go home. So I think it's quite possible we're in for the long haul tonight.
So, all right. So if we're in for the long haul, how long are we talking? I mean, are your sources saying that they definitely want to wrap this up by tonight, not go in tomorrow, not go into the weekend? I know we're reading through the tea leaves again, but we're just trying to get some sort of sense. It seems like depending on who you talk to, you're getting different we're getting different messages. Okay. Hold it. We're going to go ahead and take a listen. We're going to get the final count here and see what happens next, see if we move into the 11th vote. So she didn't give a breakdown yet. Oh, here we go. These are the folks that weren't there that she's going to call out and get votes from. Let's listen. Yeah. McCarthy. It's Representative Bacon. All right. So Mary Alice, you still with me?
Vice. I think that I think that what I was saying is that basically Democrats as well as some of those, defectors in the Republican Party are willing to buckle in now and really not, like we saw last night, they want to vote against adjourning and against going home. The Democrats I'm talking to especially believe that this is important work, that it sends a bad message. If
they want to keep
home,
it going, baby.
Let's
go.
Republicans deal with this and figure this out. Now, the fact that the Kevin McCarthy camp is sending out smoke signals to reporters that they're working on a deal, that they're close to a deal, that people have been huddling behind closed doors on a deal, that suggests to me that they would like to tell everyone things are okay and calm down, and if we go home, we'll figure this out. So I think probably in the next few hours we'll see a little bit of that back and forth about whether or not to adjourn, but we don't know if McCarthy will have the votes to adjourn like he did last night.
Jay, breaking news from the Hill there. Possibly a deal could be made.
So here's what we know right now at this hour, Kira. We know that Ralph Norman, who is one of the McCarthy holdout votes, one of the original Never McCarthy votes from just after the election, has just walked into Majority Whip-elect Tom Emmer's office.
Say it right. Say it right. It's never KEVER's and forever KEVER's.
There have been meetings going on in Emmer's office for the entire afternoon trying to hammer out some kind of a deal. And Norman told reporters as he walked into Emmer's office that he's going to look at a deal, an offer right now. It's not a deal that's been agreed to. It's not a deal that has support of all of the McCarthy holdouts, certainly. But it appears from what Norman is telling reporters outside of Tom Emmer's office, bear with me, it's a little convoluted, that there is some offer. I think my colleague outside says it's on paper, meaning there's an offer. There's an offer on the table to the McCarthy holdout votes. Now we see if there are enough Never McCarthy votes, McCarthy holdout votes, who go for this offer and perhaps change their support to Kevin McCarthy. He can only forward, as we've been saying over the course of this entire process, to lose 4 Republican votes. So if there are 5 Republicans who do not like this deal, Kira, then McCarthy goes back to the drawing board and has to figure out a way to get to 218. But we've been hearing from McCarthy allies that it is their hope that they're able to pick off this opposition vote one by one with major concessions, and with this deal, which appears to be on the table, not agreed to, but certainly on the table. I can tell you, I've heard from sources who say, a deal is close, some kind of an agreement is close. There should be some kind of conversation about it and release of the exact specifics of it as early as tonight. But to caution everyone with this, Kira, even if there is a deal, it still has to be enough to get Kevin McCarthy to 218. There can be an offer from Kevin McCarthy. It could be accepted from some of the members, but each member has their own vote. So if it's not enough to convince 218 members of Congress, a large chunk of those 20 holdout votes, to go Kevin McCarthy's way, that would be good for Kevin McCarthy. It would mean he would pick up support, but it wouldn't get him all the way across the goal line. So the question Kevin McCarthy and his team have tonight is what they're offering enough to get their guy over the goal line and to get the speaker's gavel, Kira.
Okay, so news there from our Jay O'Brien through sources sort of alluding to what Pete Sessions was saying in our interview, Jay. Rick Klein, it looks like, let's listen in for a second, see if she's going to give a breakdown here. Rick Klein, stay with me because I want to get you to weigh in more on timing and also this offer that appears to be on paper.
Enough is enough. I will become Speaker of the House if you guys want me to, okay? Time to put my name down.
Is going again. What do you make of the timing that they're going to keep going well into the night? And now, as Jay is saying, possibly there is an offer to these holdouts on paper. Can you hear me, Rick? All right, we're having some issues getting connected with Rick Klein. Pop in. Mary Alice, can you hear me? Okay, we've got some technical issues with our correspondents. We're going to take a quick break. Nothing's happening at the moment, but as soon as we get fired up again with all our correspondents and our political team, we'll take you back live there to the House floor as the next vote may soon get underway. Quick break, more news on the other side.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
After an extraordinary news-making year, thank you for making ABC's This Week America's #1 news and politics show on Sunday mornings.
Oh my God, what the fuck is this?
Fire. They not just sneakers.
What the fuck? Dude, have you guys ever watched TV ads?
Who want to reshape the culture of the game of golf from a black standpoint.
This shit sucks, but like ads on the internet suck, but like sometimes when I was in Vegas at the casino, like I literally sat in the room and watched TV. First of all, the ad breaks are insane, okay? Like here we have top of the hour ad breaks, right? Which come at the top of every hour, and there's a way for you to skip them. At the top of every hour is a 3-minute ad break. You can skip them by basically subscribing for $5 or for free, right? You know, all you need to do is if you don't have $5, all you need to do is connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, right? And you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, right? Like that's just the way to do it. If you're an oiler, you can, you know, share the wealth with other people, I guess. But ultimately, my point is, DJ Kento, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I am fascinated with television commercials. I think TV commercials, especially like, are very different than what you get on the internet. And there is a lot of, I don't know. There's a lot that goes on on TV commercials that I find interesting, I guess. The Great Pudini, Isidorius, Mind of Boom Boom. Thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing a total of 20 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Excuses, ads, or TV ads? What do you mean? This is a real post from Donald Trump on Truth Social. What the fuck? Is he saying he should be the speaker and this is what he would do if he was the speaker? TV ads are about shows. YouTube ads are about products. CNN is talking about Trump being speaker. I know this is off topic to bring up, but I was watching your nepotism video and I was wondering if you working with dad and he has connections, is that with jobs? Would I be considered as nepotistic? Dude, try that again. What the fuck? Prince Harry had a frostbitten penis at Prince William and Kate Middleton's wedding? What? Why do we know that? Like, is that real? Classic Crusader King injury? Wait, really? Harry also said he killed 220. Wait, what? How many? Also, Harry said he killed 25 Talibans. Yeah, I don't fucking believe any of that. That's cap. It's all blowing up because apparently William and Harry had a fist fight or something. Dude, I don't fucking care. I'm going to be honest with you. Listen, oi bruvs, you already lost your shot when the queen fucking died, okay? Stop trying to make Harry a thing. Here in America, we got more important issues like, will there be a Speaker of the House? How many more votes could Kevin McCarthy stand to lose? You know? He said Will and Kate told him to wear the Nazi uniform. Here at Twitch, we also have literally the main issue, which is effing. The platform keeps fucking falling apart. Okay? Harry wrote in his new book review, his Todger was frostbitten following a March 2011 expedition to the North Pole. That wasn't the only pole that was frostbitten that day, if you know what I mean. Harry, his North Pole was frostbitten as well. They're pausing votes for taco time. District taco is a bipartisan tradition. A lot of district taco has been taken to the Tom Emmer's office where McCarthy holdouts are reviewing the text of a potential deal and more tacos for the Dems. Ugh. Circumcised confirmed. Sheathed boys would have been fine. I don't know. I mean, if he's on the fucking North Pole, like, did HasanAbi talk about Pinley's video claiming you stole his video? I watched it and he has a good point. These people are not a part of this community. These people also definitely have not watched the video. I haven't watched the video either, but I know for a fact that he didn't say I stole his video. But that person doesn't care. If you watch the video, then you probably saw 5 instances where Pinley openly mentioned that he liked that I was reacting to his video, that I was bringing audience members to his channel. Did you watch the video on mute? Was your first point immediately after watching this video to come here to be like, hey, why don't you start drama with someone who you like? Is that your goal? Do you truly care about something? Or is the only thing you care about creating chaos? He said nice things about you. He didn't say you stole it. He said the clip channel did. I know. I think like there are people in this community that are permanently brain rotted and like have no other speed than drama speed. You know what I mean? They're just only operating on drama speed. Okay. Or they're like fans of the fuck Hasan proposition or the fuck Hasan position. Or they just simply do not have any kind of media literacy and can't consume content and actually understand the larger point. Let's look. Oh no, he likes seeing me game. What are you doing? I'm banned. Come on, dude. No, we can't be losing out on game watchers, dude. No, don't unban. What do you mean? Time him out, but that's it. Don't unban. Don't fucking ban them. The fuck favoritism is this? It's called He's a Gaming Watcher. He said, game time, let's go. I like seeing HasanAbi game. Yes, he's a gaming frog. That deserves, even if he's a drama frog, that deserves a lenient response. It's called He Follows All Your Haters. Okay. You can clap them then. Damn, you guys are so fucking fast with it. When mods take someone down, they literally don't just like take them down. They immediately look at all of the, they look at the entirety of the channel. They look at like, they literally will pull their logs in other channels to say what he's saying, to see what he's saying. They pull who the fuck they're actually following, and then they ban them. Also, guys, I like watching you game is not enough. Because if you write that at 3 p.m., okay, I know that you're writing that as an assurance, as a security, as insurance. If you write that while I'm gaming like that chatter did at like 6 p.m. though, that's actually a gaming watcher. That's the difference. He wrote that at 6:36, which means I was definitely gaming. The irony, of course, is if you're waiting until 6 in the chat and writing that while I'm gaming, that means you're already watching me game, which is, of course, that's a documented gaming viewer. So I'll take it. Not to mention you game with some epic teammates. Really, they low-key miss out on some chill moments. They do. A lot of people do miss out on incredible moments from this broadcast when we do that, especially because like I will also, in between gaming, update viewers on other shit that's going on. Speaking of updates, we're moving on to new updates from the Idaho murders.
The man accused of killing 4 university students near campus is now in county jail in Idaho. He was handed over to local authorities after a flight from Pennsylvania. Omar Villafranca has more from Moscow, Idaho.
Landing in Washington late Wednesday night, 28-year-old Brian Koberger was met by law enforcement on the Pullman-Moscow Regional Airport tarmac. He was quickly escorted to the Leda County Jail in Moscow, Idaho, where he was booked on 4 counts of first-degree murder for allegedly killing Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Zaina Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin in November.
Hello, how you doing? How y'all doing?
Koberger's arrival in Idaho came as police released new body cam video of the suspect and his dad being pulled over twice in Indiana on a December road trip home to Pennsylvania.
See, he's right up on.
Oh yeah, they stopped them, dude. They fucking stopped them. I think twice, not even once. God, cops are awesome, dude.
Van, man. You right up on the back of that van. Go over for tailgating.
Video shows the sheriff's deputy talking with the two about their long drive.
So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going there? Oh. You're going to be going to Pennsylvania. Oh, okay.
We're slightly punching because driving hours.
Hours, days.
More than 2 weeks.
Bro, look at his fucking face. Dude, white man buff is so insane, okay? Like, you get full, like, no matter what happens, if you're a white dude and you're talking to a cop, cops literally cannot comprehend any vibes that are fucked. Sneak plus 10, try sneak plus 100, dude. That meta is so OP, I swear to God. It's crazy. Obviously, we've talked about it. Like, it's OP in general because, like, you know, we live in a society that is designed to maintain power in the hands of what is, you know, an endlessly expanding or sometimes shrinking concept of what white people are. But goddamn, dude, I mean, this is like, it's weird. It's weird. Like when police interactions, they're rolling nat 20s every time. Every time. How many fucking serial killers, which by the way, almost all of them are white, but how many serial killers have had moments where they've interacted with cops, like literally with a body in the trunk, literally immediately after a murder, like when they fit the profile of a suspect that they're looking for? It is so overpowered. Jeffrey Dahmer is a example as well. It's just like it's just a race passive, you know what I mean? It's crazy.
Weeks after this, Koberger was arrested at his family's home in Pennsylvania. The public defender for his extradition case, Jason Labar, described him to 48 Hours as calm and intelligent.
He's an ordinary man to me. I see no distinct characteristics. He's easy to talk to. He's aware of the situation. He's very calm.
What?
Koberger is...
Bro, there is no... Dude, this is another... Wait, by the way, this is another race buff. This is another racial buff that people don't know about. They also get a plus 10 media buff, okay? A lot of people constantly complain about like, oh, white men are under attack or whatever. But the amount of... They get plus 10 charisma in the eyes of media figures They never talk about these motherfuckers and people who hold institutional power in general, where they talk about a serial killer like he's just some chill dude. Remember, Ted Bundy, one of the most prolific rapist murderers of all time, okay? In the aftermath of the case on Ted Bundy, the judge literally told him, as he was delivering his final deliberation, as he was delivering the final judgment, he said, "You are such a fine young man. Perhaps if circumstances were different, it's such a waste of a fine young man. Perhaps if circumstances were different, you would be in this courtroom defending other, innocent people or something." Here is Brian Kohlberger in Latah County, Idaho. The court this morning, no bond. Next hearing in 1 week. We will go through the probable cause affidavit and timeline. Coming up on News Nation at 5 p.m. Eastern.
All right.
Later. Okay, well, I'm sorry, Carter. You already know just as well as I do. These towns, it's so fucking weird.
Please be seated.
Later. Later.
We are on the record in the 2nd Judicial District, Latah County. This is the Magistrates Division of District Court. This is...
Why are you talking like it's a racial buff? Serial killers are great manipulators. I'm talking about it as a racial buff across the board. If you are if you're a perpetrator of violent crime, the way that black people get presented in media are literally like, oh, look at this fucking animal. Look at his mugshot. He's such a thug. Okay. Versus white serial killers will murder their whole fucking family and they'll show the family jet skiing in the headline photo, as Zach Carter has correctly Zach Fox has correctly pointed out. Here, this is like an endless meme. Yeah. This is how the photos be looking in the headlines when a white man kills his entire family. I said, Zach Carter. My mom called me on stream and told me to react to this because she knew I went to college there. I read the affidavit on stream to her. Nice. Here was the Ted Bundy sentencing hearing.
The jury's recommendation and sentenced Theodore Bundy to die in the electric chair for the murder of 2 co-eds. Bundy is the 136th person under death sentence in Florida. Ed Rabel reports.
Before pronouncing the sentence, Judge Edward Cowart let Bundy make a statement.
I'm not asking for mercy, for I find it somewhat absurd to ask for mercy for something I did not do. So I will be tortured for and will suffer for and receive the pain for that act. But I will not share the burden for the guilt.
In imposing sentence, Judge Cowart cited the savagery of the crimes and what he called the indifference of the defendant.
This court, independent of, but in agreement with.
This guy's last name is Cowart.
The advisory sentence rendered by the jury does hereby impose the death penalty upon the defendant Theodore Robert Bundy.
Then, in an unexpected move, perhaps an afterthought, Cowart stunned the courtroom with some parting words for Bundy.
Take care of yourself, young man.
Thank you.
I say that to you sincerely. Take care of yourself. It's a tragedy for this court to see it's such a total waste, I think, of humanity that I've experienced in this court. You're a bright young man. You'd have made a good lawyer. I'd love to have you practice in front of me, but you went another way, partner.
Bundy says he'll appeal. Meanwhile, he has been ordered to the state prison to await setting of the date of his execution in the...
Yeah, bro. I mean, what do you mean when we say this shit? I'm not pulling this out of my ass. Here, status and race in the Stanford rape case. Why Brock Turner's mugshot matters. Here is Canadians also getting in on the fun. A black woman let her child play in the park next to where she worked. This is the image the media circulated. Her fucking mugshot. A white man raped an unconscious woman in an alley behind a dumpster. This is the image media circulated. His Stanford yearbook picture. Okay? If you don't think that this is a reinforcement of white supremacist implicit biases that are inside of every fucking person, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? That's the buff we're talking about. Outrage over Stanford rape sentence. Like, what the fuck? Now, if you want, the way to fix this is not by showing white dudes in mugshots. The way to fix this is by showing everyone in, better moments, I guess. Especially when it's not a fucking person that has done like an insane, unimaginable crime. Or in most instances, a black victim of police brutality. Black people, even when they're fucking victims of police brutality, are still and were until like a lot of the media changed their overall way of covering these events. And that is like a new thing for the record. Okay? They used to treat literal victims of police brutality and police violence like they were also the actual perpetrators when they weren't. They recently changed it too, like a couple of years ago. So understand that this is a relatively new process. Anyway, let's take a look at what the judge is saying here.
Cause number CR 29222805. Mr. Koberger is present in court. He is in custody. He is appearing with his attorney, Ms. Taylor. Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for initial appearance. Mr. Koberger, I am going to advise you of the rights that you have in this case. I am going to go over the criminal complaint with you, and then we're going to discuss setting the matter for further hearing. You have the following rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to the presumption of innocence. That means the state bears the burden to prove that you are guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing is a probable cause hearing. At that hearing, the state must establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. You have a right to have that hearing within 14 days if you remain in custody. If you are bound over at that preliminary hearing to district court, if the court finds probable cause, you would be bound over to district court. And at that time, you can enter a plea of not guilty, and you can have a jury trial set within 6 months of your appearance in district court. At both your preliminary hearing and your jury trial, you have the right to confront and any evidence or witnesses.
Oh my God. Instead of adjourning, they're going for an 11th speaker vote. They're going for another one.
To the one that will be elected next, Kevin McCarthy. The role of Speaker of the House is one of the most beloved in American history.
They're going for another one.
The Speaker's mission is to carry out the principled goals and objectives of his...
Okay, I don't care about this shit. All right, let's continue.
Call witnesses on your own behalf and compel witnesses to be present and testify at the state's expense. You have the right to be represented by a lawyer. If you cannot afford one, one could be appointed to represent you based upon your financial need. You also have the right to appeal any conviction in your case. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
I am now going to go over the criminal complaint with you. Count 1 of the criminal complaint charges you with the felony offense of burglary. It alleges that the defendant, Brian C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. In violation of Idaho.
Spoke with the Latah County Sheriff. He says he has heard nothing out of the ordinary with Kohlberger in the jail so far. He says they are trying to accommodate Kohlberger's vegan diet restrictions, but we are not going to buy new pots and pans or anything like that. That's so funny. Oh my God. You mean it to another vegan dude. Jesus Christ. Okay, listen. Vegans are very kind individuals, okay? I'm not gonna shit on vegans right now. And make fun of them with an easy dunk here. especially as Austin Ox has launched the year of positive HasanAbi PR, okay? The year of HasanAbi positivity is upon us. I'm not going to fucking attack one of my main advocates here. This vegan, it does not represent all vegans. It's funny though, because he's like, it's funny that they're even talking about like special accommodations. Like they don't do that for anybody. It's American prison, man. It's literally fucking a violation of human rights for everyone, regardless of how severe the crime is. You know what I mean? They don't make accommodation. He's in prison. He's fucked. Anyway, this is the longest I've held the hair tie on. Don't you think that if you've murdered 4 people, the whole idea of being vegan is kind of out the window? Yeah, I don't understand like what your ethical conundrum is there. You killed humans without consent, but like you're like, hey, but you know, a slice of cheese, that's the real murder. Like, what the fuck? At that point, just eat meat, dog. You know what I mean? What the fuck are you doing?
Code 18-1401 and 1403. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is not less than 1 year in prison, no more than 10 years in prison, and or a $50,000 fine or both. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 3 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Ryan C. Koberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought.
Okay, so this is his like that stuff is like kind of irrelevant, but there are new investigative details on a timeline. Here's Madison Mogen and Kaylee Concalves. Wait, is there no audio? What the fuck? On the night of. Oh, it's a food truck. Yeah, Madison Mogen and Kaylee Goncalves. I'm saying their last name wrong. The dude following them, where and who is he? What do you mean? Gonzalez? This is from a Twitch stream by the food truck? Wait, really? This is the Twitch stream food truck? Oh my God. I've seen that food truck before. This is the video from the food truck Twitch stream the night of. New investigative details released on Thursday provide the first clear view of the apparent movements of the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students in the early morning hours of November 13. At 1:45 a.m., after spending several hours at a frat party, 2 of the victims, Zaina Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin, returned to the off-campus house Miss Kernodle shared with several roommates, including 2 of the other victims. At 1:56 a.m., the other victims, Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan, arrive back at the house after spending time at a bar and grabbing food at a food truck. 2:47 a.m., a phone belonging to the suspect, Brian Kohlberger, stops connecting to the cell phone network in Pullman, Washington, where he lives, a short drive from the University of Idaho campus in Moscow. 2:53 a.m., surveillance footage shows a white sedan consistent with a white Hyundai Elantra registered to Kohlberger traveling towards the highway between Pullman and Moscow. 3:29 a.m., surveillance video shows what police say is a white Hyundai Elantra in the Moscow neighborhood that includes the victim's house where the crime later occurred. The vehicle makes 3 passes by the house. One of the victims at 4 a.m., Zaina Kernodle, receives a DoorDash delivery at home. According to investigators, at about the same time, another occupant of the house is awakened by what she thinks is an upstairs roommate playing with her dog, according to her statement to the police. At 4:04 a.m., video shows of Elantra returning to the area for a 4th time, at one point doing a 3-point turn in the roadway near the house. At 4:12 a.m., Kernodle uses the TikTok app on her phone. Her phone records suggest. The downstairs roommate is also awake. Sometime after 4 a.m., she tells investigators she hears what sounds like crying coming from Kernodle's room. When she opens her door, she hears a male voice telling someone something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So one of the victims who I guess survived saw the murderer, allegedly. And he presented himself as like a random person in the middle of the night, a hooded figure with, I believe, bushy eyebrows or something, saying that they were there to help. 4:17 a.m., a security camera from a nearby residence picks up distorted audio of what sounds like a whimper and a loud thud. A dog can be heard barking numerous times. At some point, and exactly when is unclear, the roommate The roommate opens her bedroom door again. According to the account she gave investigators, and sees a man with bushy eyebrows, clad in black clothing and a mask. The man walks past her towards a sliding door on the 2nd floor. She goes back into her room and locks the door, and it is unclear what she does during the next several hours. At 4:20 a.m., the white Elantra is seen leaving the neighborhood at a high rate of speed. At 4:48 a.m., Kohlberger's phone reconnects the cell network south of Moscow near Blaine, Idaho. At 5:30 a.m., after traveling in the area south of Moscow, Kohlberger's phone is detected back in Pullman. At 9:12 a.m., Kohlberger's phone returns to Moscow and connects to the cellular network near the scene of the murders. It stays there until 9:21 a.m. before returning to the area of his home in Pullman. So he went back to the scene of the crime. At 12 a.m., 11:58 a.m., a 911 call reports an unconscious person at the scene of the killings, triggering a response from law enforcement. He visited the King's residence 12 times before the murders. Here's the official probable cause affidavit. Zaina Kernodle, the person with the TikTok app open, also died. It's super common for killers to go back to their crime scene. Yeah. People are saying this sounds like him. I can't look at this. They waited 7 hours to call the cops. This timeline looks weird. So here's the thing. Okay? Here's the thing. It's late at night. People are fucking drunk. There's a lot of activity inside of a house. You might assume that someone is just like a partier. You know what I mean? She probably fucking saw some dude, went, oh, like, you know, someone is having a person over, and decided to go back to sleep. It's normal. So when they woke up that's when they figured out, oh shit, like the people in the house are dead. Bro, someone's in my house. I don't know. I'm asking questions. Okay, a lot of you have never lived in like a shared living space in college, and it shows. They're like drunk as fuck. I don't know. The only thing that doesn't make sense is why one of the victims that survived didn't call the cops after she like hid in her room. Like hiding is one thing, but not actually calling. Like I don't know why she didn't call the cops and like lock the door and then and not call the cops. But again, you could chalk it up to someone basically thinking, you know, there's like a random dude in the house. Someone brought them in. It's a place where people go to party, to do after parties. Yeah, she probably thought he was just a lost dude or some shit. This was right before break, party week. Yeah. But again, if you've been to college, if you've had like a shared living space with other people, if you see some sketch dude at the party, but it's like 4 a.m. and you think like it's like a booty call or something, you know what I mean? There's a million different reasons why a random person could be at your house. The only reason that it's weird is that the only thing that's weird is like you just are locking your door in a panic. And that is what's, that's what's surprising about it. Like the loud thud, it doesn't make sense that it doesn't make sense that the things that don't make complete sense in that situation is just like the roommate opening her bedroom door again, according to the account she gave investigators, and sees a man with bushy eyebrows, clad in black clothing and a mask. The man walks past towards her. A sliding glass door on the second floor. She goes back into her room and locks the door, and it is unclear what she does during the next several hours. Dude, if you think someone is sketch but you don't want to call the cops, I'd 100% lock my door too and go back to my business. That's what I'm saying. Like, at this stage, it might be unclear to the cops, to the investigators, what she did. And mask-wise, it doesn't mean that the killer had a fucking, Nightmare on Elm Street or whatever the fuck, like Freddy Krueger mask. Do either of those guys? Jason. Not a hockey mask. It's not a Scream mask. It's probably just a mask. You know what I mean? Even if it's literally a fucking balaclava, okay? Even if it's not like a COVID mask, even if it's a ski mask, they're in Idaho, brother. It's cold as a motherfucker. Like, even if he had a fucking ski mask on or a balaclava on, you might not have even thought about it. You know what I mean? But yeah. Dylan Mortensen said she first woke up around 4 a.m. to what she assumed was the sound of her roommate playing with her dog upstairs. A short time later, Mortensen thought she heard the 21-year-old friend say, "There's someone here." But when Mortensen looked out of her bedroom, she didn't see a thing. She peeked outside her bedroom door a second time when she heard crying coming from the bedroom of her other roommate, Zana Kernoodle. "It's okay, I'm going to help you," Mortensen told authorities. She heard a male voice say. The third time Mortensen opened her bedroom door, a far more terrifying sight, a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. But the masked man just walked past her and left the home through the back sliding glass door as she stood there, frozen in shock. Hours later, Mortensen would learn that three of her roommates and one of their boyfriends had been brutally murdered. Do you get it? Does that paint a clearer picture for you? She hears someone crying. She probably thought like it was an altercation or something with like a fucking shitty dude, or you know what I mean? Like, there's a million different reasons as to why this could have gone down the way it did. Brother, the roommate that saw him went back in her room, fainted, passed out, and the last roommate found her and reported her unconscious to the police. The dude was wearing a black COVID mask. It's in the affidavit. If these videos are him, I can 100% deduce exactly the kind of man he is. I mean, you know. That's according to here. The third time Mortensen opened her bedroom door. We already covered that. Okay, here's the affidavit. I mean, we covered literally all the details of this, basically, and this part is redacted. But here, 4 p.m. Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter King Road residents, to assist with the scene security and processing of a crime scene. Officer Smith and I entered King Road residence to the bottom floor. This part is like boring and bullshit. Also in the room was the male later identified as Ethan Chapin here. Just like cop shit. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and the FBI agents, as well as my review of the evidence, I've learned the following. Okay, they were at the Sigma Chi House on Idaho campus at approximately 9 p.m. till 1:45, approximately. At 1:45, they returned to the King Road residence, Chapin and Kernodle. BF also stated that Chapin did not live at the Kings Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. Goncalves and Mogan were at a local bar at the Corner Club. They're on video footage provided by Corner Club between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Goncalves and Mogan go to the food vendor called the Grub Truck, who is a Twitch streamer as well. I've seen videos of their truck before. Wild that it would be like a part of this murder investigation. Okay. A private party reported that he provided a ride to Goncalves and Mogan approximately at 2 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the Kings Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence approximately at 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was also awoken approximately at 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could also have been Kernodle on her cellular phone, indicated she was likely awake and using TikTok app approximately at 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4 a.m., a security camera located at Kings Road, a residence immediately to the northwest, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times. Starting at 4 a.m., the security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in a room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer had left the scene. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads records from BF and DM's phone, and a video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. So basically what happened, and my assessment, okay, is because if you're like, oh, that's so weird, why didn't she fucking immediately call the cops? And that's your first idea. There are multiple reasons for it. One, it's like a shared living space in a college town. There are plenty of fucking random, like, weird losers that one of your girlfriends or one of your guy friends might have invited. So it was, like, enough for her to feel uncomfortable about the situation to lock her door, but not so uncomfortable that she thought, oh, we should call the cops to this. You know, the weirdest part is the 4 a.m. DoorDash delivery. That is not a weird part at all. What the fuck are you talking about? It's a college town. Okay, for you to think like nothing is open 24/7 at a college town, that's weird that you think that, okay? It is a perfectly normal experience. I guess timeline wise, it's like so close to like the actual fucking dude walking into the house and committing the murders while the DoorDash was happening. That's the unique component here, but not necessarily weird. Like, if you're saying that, then that's understandable. Can you click the 3 lines on the top right corner to hide the side panel? What? Oh, and then zoom in here. Wait, so they just thought he was a friend of someone chilling with them? I mean, we will never know until she actually, like, gives more testimony on the matter. Okay? But ultimately, we won't know. But I would assume that the reason why she didn't is because she personally thought she probably thought that there was just like another random weird dude in the house. People come in and out of places like that. Okay, people come in and out of places like that regularly. Oftentimes, they're invited or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Yeah, I had a friend's house that never locked their door. Just show up anytime. She probably thought it was a guy they met at the bar or something. Yeah, exactly. During the process of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test, then aminoblack, protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. To detect the shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern, similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole, just outside the door of DM's bedroom located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As a part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to law enforcement as a video canvas, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13 in the area King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspects or suspect vehicles traveling to or leaving from King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential business addresses. They looked at all of that. A review of the camera footage indicated that a white sedan, suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound on 700 block on Indian Hills Drive in Moscow. Approximately at 3:26 a.m. westbound on Steiner Avenue. These are all like, roads, so I'm not going to fucking go through them in detail because, you don't know any better anyway because you're not from the neighborhood. The weird part is that the suspect actually circled the house 4 times, including doing a K-turn in a nearby neighborhood driveway. Okay? It stopped and turned around the front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 was in front of the Kings Road residence, it appeared unsuccessfully to attempt to park or turn around the road. This is important to understand the motivation of the perpetrator. Okay? Because why did they choose that house? Does he know anything about the individuals in the house? Why specifically that house? You know what I mean? Is there premeditation? Is he just like a freak? I don't know. Suspect vehicle 1 is seen departing the area of the Kings Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at the rate of high speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is the next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners of the FBI that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify year, make, model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by 1 or more cameras. Okay. The forensics examiner has approximately 35 years of law enforcement experience and 12 years of the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database. After reviewing the vehicle, they figured out that it was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in the possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. They looked at the WSU campus in Pullman. It feels like they should be calling into question his father as well. Because what I don't understand about this is like his dad seemingly is involved as like at the very least, helping, aiding and abetting him. But I don't know. Like an accomplice? Was he not in the car? Does this have any TOS photos in it? This affidavit? He wasn't in the car. But investigators believe that Kohlberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Kohlberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15th by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December 16, 2022, approximately at 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Kohlberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohlberger and his family in Pennsylvania. Based on information provided by the WSU website, Kohlberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. He's a TA. We learned that Kohlberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. His records also show that Kohlberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohlberger wrote in his essay that he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. He was, criminology PhD, wanted to be a cop. He also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found on open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information. We already talked about this before. To understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. So they determined that Kohlberger was associated with both 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone. Investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. The query of the 8458 phone in these returns did not show it utilizing cellular towers in close proximity to King Road residents between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. because he turned his phone off. Okay? Based on my training experience and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as a part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area when the crime was committed. Like pretty basic stuff, but also at the same time, it's not really five-head because when you kill someone with a knife, and this is like true crime 101, you know, you don't even need to be a PhD student to understand this. True crime 101, if you kill someone with a knife, your DNA is going to be left on the scene. It's very difficult to kill someone with a knife without leaving any DNA. So if he understood this, it's wild that he did not understand that, you know, he also used his own fucking car. Anyway, this is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement. On December 23rd, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records. Yeah. Account's been open since June 23rd. These records also included historical cell site information. He consulted with the FBI to fucking trace the phone to cell towers. And he was utilizing cellular resources on the night of the murder at 242 that provide coverage to the 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman. Okay, in his house at 247. The phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to the southeast of the Kohlberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone. So he left and traveled south through Pullman, Washington, which is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At 247, the phone stops reporting to the network. So the phone either was in an area without cellular coverage, which could happen because it's like some backwater podunk town shit, you know what I mean? Shouts out to America. Or because he turned it off. He does not report to the network until approximately 4:48 a.m., which was near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee, which means that he definitely turned it off because he went to an area where there was internet. As we know, because the car was caught in the neighborhood. So the car was there, but his phone was no longer accessing services, which means he turned his phone off. Yeah, but you do lose service in that area. I know, but not the area, not the college town, though. When he got to Moscow, he should have actually fucking gotten cell coverage again. Anyway, so he then travels back. Further review indicated that the cellular resources were utilized that are consistent, leaving the Kohlberger residence, traveling to Moscow. Specifically, the phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to King Road residents between 9 a.m. and 9:21 a.m. 9:12 a.m. and 9:21, which means he went back to the scene of the fucking murder. The 8458 phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to Kohlberger residence. He literally went back to his house, came back to the scene of the crime, which is a classic. It's a classic fucking true crime moment right there. Went back to the fucking scene of the crime. I don't understand why they haven't subpoenaed the dad's phone. That's crazy. Yeah, here it is. Here's the possible route based on cellular device location. So he took the long, like, backwater way over there to, I guess, cover his trail, to cover his tracks. What makes you think the dad was involved? The dad was in PA? I guess if his dad was, why are you so suspicious? I don't know why. I feel like this is not like a one-man operation. I'm getting like weird vibes from it. Maybe the dad wasn't involved. It's fucked up of me to even speculate. But anyway, this is just like the pathways that he took, all this stuff. Additional analysis show, and this is his escape basically. On December 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohlberger family residence located in Albrightsville, PA. The evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28th, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained for the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified as a male, not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect profile. At least 99.9% of the male population wouldn't be expected to be excluded from the possibility of the suspect's biological father. So, he didn't mention the phone being at the location 12 times since June. Oh. I don't know. He was giving cops full details of where they were going and coming from and saying how Brian was a PhD student at WSU when they were pulled over. So this is actually an interesting take as well, which is like unique. The stabbed to death 4 people that were only in 2 rooms means he stabbed one person to death with another living person, not one, but twice. It's very difficult to do without waking anyone up or screaming. But I guess given the fact that it's a college town and it's like super late in the night, they might have thought that the altercation was simply, again, like one of the roommates playing with her dog or something. But it is crazy. But yeah, being drunk as fuck. And in under 20 minutes, like, it's crazy. Here's the body camera footage of the son and dad traffic stop, by the way.
Recording.
Hello.
How you doing?
How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man.
It's not a frat house, but it is a shared living space. It's not a frat house. It's a shared living space for a bunch of college. It's an off-campus house where a bunch of college students were living together. It wasn't a frat house.
Up on the back end of that van, pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay, cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're scanning early.
What's WSU?
Yeah, I go to the university basically. And we're listening to this incident that was occurring up there. It was a shooting incident. That is SWAT team area.
Yeah, the Carter also states the house is 100 feet from Greek Row. It's a live out. Yeah, it's just a lot of people who are in fraternities, as one of the victims was, will often not want to live in the frat house, but there are plenty of shared houses that you can live in that's like close enough in proximity to the frat houses. So that is literally the reason why. Some of them will be satellite houses if there's like plenty of people that are from one particular frat living there. You know, so basically that could be part of the reason why. I can't believe I'm like describing it. Like in a college town, there are shared living spaces where you live in, okay, where, you know, weird shit is happening and you don't even think twice about it because you're drunk, you know?
So we're, okay, I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University?
Yeah.
And you're going where?
Oh. We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So We're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours. We're driving. Well, almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything.
Where?
At this point, they're looking for this Hyundai Elantra, though, which is why it's strange that this cop pulled him over for, like, a shitty charge like tailgating. Like, they were literally looking for it. There's a, what is it called, like an APB? Like, they were absolutely looking for and knew that they were looking for a fucking Hyundai Elantra. There's a nationwide search, and tailgating is such a bolo. Yeah. A nationwide search, bolo, be on the lookout. And I don't know. I don't know why they just, like, were not even sussed out even a little bit. Like, it fits the fucking profile. An APB is an all points bulletin. Yes. Both of them are technically correct. An APB you put out on, like, on the suspect, and then I don't know. I just don't know how the fuck, like, yeah, the tailgating was an excuse to pull them over without alerting them, enables the cop to suss them out. I know, but it's also like but the cop clearly didn't suss them correctly.
Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because he's going to the university, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there? Or?
I actually do work there.
Oh.
PhD in criminal.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or?
No, this happened this morning. About an hour and a half ago. They're still wrapping it up for investigating. I'm not sure there's two shooters.
Holy fuck, they're talking about the fucking murder, dude. What the fuck?
Okay. 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 Yeah, I hadn't heard.
The FBI dispelled the rumor this was involved. Okay, so, but there's no, why would a fucking random cop pull someone over for tailgating? Like, that's a ridiculous charge to pull someone over. Especially when they released this, they stopped him intentionally. They wanted footage evidence of his hands and wounds. No, there were 2 stops, I believe. But also, it doesn't even fucking matter. Like, it doesn't matter. I mean, you get pulled over for dumb shit all the time. They have quotas and stuff. But this is the car that a suspect used in a murder. Like, it's a car that is like, you know, it's a car that matches the description of the car that they're looking for perfectly. They will stop that car for one reason or the other. An out-of-state license plate and shit. Come on. And no, the father is not implicated as an accessory to the crime. They basically said he was innocent.
Heard about that incident just yesterday, or?
No, this happened this morning. About an hour and a half ago. They're still wrapping it up for investigating.
And they're talking about, this is not 1 hour after the news, bro. It's the 15th of December, brother. The murders happened on November 13th. We knew about the murders at least a week after the murders had happened. Okay? Everybody knew about it. I remember not even covering it that much because the cops literally just said, yeah, we don't know what's going on. They're not talking about the murders? Wait, what? Really? Oh, they were talking about a shooting. Did a shooting happen? Oh, fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. America.
I'm not sure there's 2 shooters because they did shoot somebody.
Let's see.
And then you don't know about that actually. They were there, like shooting out of the window or something.
Interesting.
So
Wow. Okay. So do me a favor and don't follow too close, okay? All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Bro, that is insane. What an interaction. Hey, have a great day, sir. Here, I'll throw the fucking lights on for you so you can get to your place. Have a good day. The amount of times, especially in like New Jersey, where I've been pulled over for some dumb shit by like a fucking cop in a non-identifiable car, like not a cruiser. Jesus Christ, dude. I've gotten a fucking ticket for not wearing a seatbelt in the back seat of a car in West Hollywood, okay? In the back seat of a car, which I didn't even know was like the law. If cops want to fucking get you on something, they'll get you, okay? They'll fucking get you. It's crazy. I mean, don't be a prick not wearing a seatbelt. Brother, people that say this do not understand. First of all, you should wear a seatbelt in the back seat of a car. But you've never been to West Hollywood, okay? You will never be able to drive faster than 15 miles an hour on Santa Monica Boulevard in West Hollywood, okay? So you're out of your fucking mind. Like the place where I got fucking nabbed and got hit with a ticket for not wearing a seatbelt in the backseat of a car was in bumper to bumper fucking traffic on Santa Monica, literally in West Hollywood, like right across from, I still remember it. It was a bike. It was a bike cop, like on a motorbike. In the back seat of a car. I don't remember what the ticket was, but like it was insane, dude. It was insane. Like there's no way to scope that out. Like it's one of those things where like no one is capable of scoping that out unless it's bumper to bumper traffic. You know what I mean? Like how the fuck could a cop tell you you weren't wearing a fucking seatbelt in the backseat of your car? The only time where they can fucking figure that out is if it is bumper to bumper traffic. The cop literally looked in to the car, saw me not wearing a seatbelt in the backseat of the car, and decided this is a good opportunity to fucking generate some revenue. Okay? It's so dumb. Speaking of generating revenue, the top of the hour ad break is upon us. Which at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or you can do for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Okay? You can also get gifted a sub. I can't feel my legs. Oh, God help. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. A young spicy meatball. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. One time my grandma wasn't wearing a seatbelt in the backseat and a cop yelled out of his window threatening to pull her out of the car. Yeah. Man, cops are fucking awesome. Just so sick. Have a good day now. Here's more details from Creme 2 News.
Brian Kohberger faced a judge for the first time in Latah County. He faces first-degree murder charges, accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students. Just hours ago, officials also released the affidavit that lays out new evidence. It also reveals a new timeline of events. We now know how investigators say they were able to link Kohberger's DNA to the gruesome crime scene. But first, let's go to Amanda Rowley. She has been at the Latah County Courthouse all morning long. She was in the room as Kohberger faced an Idaho judge.
Oh, fuck. I forgot to run the ad break. I'm running it now. Sorry. We still do not have an understanding of the motive, okay? We still do not know what the motive is.
Good afternoon. Just to be transparent, there was quite a line of media members to get into this.
Abigene, 19.
When
Thank
we got
you
in,
for
it was a
the
very
5
quick
gifted
hearing,
subs.
and it was completely full of members of the media. But sitting in the front row were family members of Kaylee Gonzalez, who is one of the murdered University of Idaho students. Now, during this hearing, the suspect showed no emotion and spoke very little, meaning he only spoke when the judge asked him questions. Now, the judge read through each charge against Bryan Kohberger, 1 count of burglary and 4 counts of murder. The max penalty, as the judge read in court today, for each count of murder in the first degree is death or life in prison. Cooney County's chief public defender, Ann Taylor, is representing the suspect. Kohberger is currently being held in Latah County Jail with no bail, and this morning his attorney argued against this. But the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, told the judge Idaho law does not entitle the suspect to a bond because of the charges against him, adding that he was arrested across the country. The judge decided Kohberger will remain in jail without bail. She also gave the suspect a no contact order. That means he's prohibited from having any contact with the victims' families, friends, and the surviving roommates. Now, shortly after the hearing this morning, the attorney representing the Gonzalez family commented on their behalf. Take a listen.
It's obviously an emotional time for the family, seeing the defendant for the first time. This is the beginning of the criminal justice system, and the family will be here for the long haul. And that's the statement for the media today. Thank you.
Wake up!
Now, here's what we can expect in the upcoming court proceedings. A status conference hearing is now scheduled for next Thursday at 10 a.m., and this was at the request of the suspect's defense attorney. From today, Kohberger's preliminary hearing must happen within the next 2 weeks, and during that hearing, he will have to enter a plea of either not guilty or guilty. We'll be keeping track of that and posting any updates we can as we learn more. Reporting from
Ladies and gentlemen, a quick update on what's going on.
That they want
Kevin McCarthy has lost the 11th vote in the speaker standoff.
failing on both missions.
McCarthy is hoping caving to key demands from the
He has lost the 11th vote, the 11th L. Holy shit, dude. I mean, retire at this point. Retire, 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 retire. Just fuck it. How many more times, Kevin? How many more times can a man withstand L after L after L after L? Holy shit, dude. He said he's got another one in him. The Never Kevs are thriving, dude. They're killing it.
It's been said, we need to get to a point where we start evaluating what life after Kevin McCarthy looks like.
Rachel Scott.
Lobo talking like Kevin is dead, dude. What the fuck? We got to start talking about what life after Kevin McCarthy looks like. Fuck you mean?
See, the House is on the 11th round of voting. I think after this, there will be a push to try to adjourn for now. But there are early signs that McCarthy is getting closer to a deal with some Republicans. It's likely, though, that it won't be enough because
No disrespect, but why cover this so many times? Is it because of the spectacle, or is it because of a substantive moment in American politics? A bit of both, but more so because it's a spectacle and it's funny, and it like shows the substantive part of it is like, this is the bed that the Republicans have made, and now they get to fucking live in it. And I'm using the moment of spectacle that a lot of people are interested in my coverage on to make larger points about the Republican malpractice and what their like institutional purpose is, especially as it pertains to obstructing the process for the most part. That's it. That's part of the reason. And also, this is a pretty fucking solid preview of what you are going to see for the next 2 years, as Kevin McCarthy's job, ironically, is to whip votes. His job is to literally have the entire narrow majority in the House to operate in unison. And the fact that he is incapable of doing that at this very moment means he's just not going to be able to do it.
Just show up at the border. Stay where you are.
Someone in the chat said, that's the speaker's job. Really funny. True. It is the speaker's job, and Kevin McCarthy certainly is not the speaker. Okay, we covered all this. All right, let's finish
Latah
this.
County Courthouse. Amanda Rowley, KREM 2 News.
With Kohberger appearing in Latah County Court, we now have court documents giving us a new timeline of the student's murders and how DNA evidence was used to track down the suspect. KREM 2's Channing Curtis and Tim Pham joining us now with a breakdown of the 18-page affidavit.
Now, Laura, that's right. We've actually been reading over this document since it was first released just before 9 this morning. So it's a lot to break down.
Yeah, we broke it to you here on Up with KREM. So let's start things off by taking a look at a new timeline that investigators laid out in this affidavit. We know now that the murders happened on the early morning hours of November 13th, but now we're getting a more detailed look at what
this, I think, is like true crime, people, so I'm not going to speculate on it. Okay? Like, what is Papa Roger? Like, you're just saying, like, found someone who is speculating that this man named Papa Roger is like the actual fucking, he goes, Papa Roger equals Brian Kohberger. Like, even if it's true, this just sounds like a dude, this is literally like both sides of the fucking schizo stalkers that I have. This sounds like he's just writing as like a random schizo stalker. And the people who are basically saying this is definitely the guy also sound like the schizo stalkers that I have. You know what I mean? The best part about all the people following this case for the past month is that none of them knew it was him before the cops. Exactly. Not a single person actually, not a single one of these like web sleuths, not a single one of these like, you know, Instagram detectives, the TikTok detectives, true crime aficionados, unironically figured out it was this random fucking guy. I believe the killers came from the high side of the house. They were covered in blood after the attack. Like, he's just making shit up. Of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. This evidence was released prior to autopsies. Did the killer or S drive or walk to and from the scene? Thoughts. This is on the high side of the house. They found evidence here. It is likely blood dripping from the killers. What? Either they fled through this area or they were parked there. Dude, what the fuck? These people are crazy. This is literally like a guy who is just as mentally deranged as like all these other true crime aficionados, okay? How long do we think the killer was in the house? Was the knife a weapon of choice? 4 weeks in and no suspects. What is the motive? I feel like the white car isn't relevant. Okay, well, there you go. This is literally something that, like what? He decided to cover up his tracks later on December 8th? Is that what the claim is here? No, it's just like some fucking made up shit. Brilliant find. Gave himself away, says real Ian Scott. Brilliant.
Investigators believe actually played out. The new details lead investigators to believe the deaths happened anywhere between 4 and 4:25 a.m. Here's what happened starting at 4 a.m. according to the affidavit. Police say Xana Kernodle received a DoorDash order at the house at around 4 a.m. Cell phone data also shows that she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at 4:12 a.m. A surviving roommate who lived in the house, referred to as DM in the court documents we have here, told police something woke her up at around 4 a.m., but thought it sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. At 4:17 a.m., a security camera in the area picked up